Hi Ashish, you're on mute.
Hi Sunil.
Yeah, hi. Nice to meet you.
Hi Mahendra.
Hi Ashish, hi Sunil.
Hi Mahendra.
Hi Mohit.
Hi Mahendra.
Hi Mohit.
Hi everyone. Who else is going to join the panel?
I think Tanay, Sandeep. I think.
Hey guys,
Ravindra
hi
will join.
Ashish, hi Sunil, hi
Hi,
Mandy. Mahendra, I saw you speaking. You were a keynote speaker there, UBS forums में last मेरे ख्याल से कब हुआ था?
Yeah.
You had a really nice PPT, I remember.
Thank you.
And last time our moderator was Ashish, exceptionally good. जो मेरे को नहीं आता था मेरे से नहीं पूछते.
So Ashish knows everything. इससे क्या पूछूं?
No. It's just I think this thing keeps little bit like more engaged with the community. Otherwise now work from home now you don't actually get a lot of chance to meet people.
Yeah, it's really nice to see everyone around and everyone knows what's happening today. So nothing new.
What time do we have to start? There must be a particular time when we start the live feed, right?
Yeah, maybe I think Priyanka is there. So Priyanka probably will introduce and then she will go ahead to start.
Yeah. Ashish, anything specific you want to share with us?
I think, look, in my opinion, I think, honestly speaking, there are too many webinars. So probably people look actually now more for some inputs which they can utilize actually in their own work. Otherwise, if very generic also is a problem, very specific, of course, like pertaining to your company, you cannot share.
Yeah.
But, something can be shared which actually become like a little bit of knowledge for them to go ahead.
Sure.
I think I found that then engagement is little higher than as compared to otherwise.
Sure. What is the kind of registration you received already?
Look, I think that you can see only once this will start, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because otherwise you have a speaker view, but you don't know.
Yeah.
Attendees will come when the time will actually when they will start. let's see.
And what kind of audience profile do we have? These are like CXOs or I don't know, like entrepreneurs, or what kind of database is that?
I think Priyanka can actually give. Hi, Dharmendra.
Hi Ashish, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good to see you.
Same here.
You've got a very nice house. It's Godrej gives it to all the employees like this.
No. It's my own house, right? Nothing actually. I don't live where most of the Godrejites actually live. So we have so I mean like a whole township there in Vikhroli. But
Yeah.
we still stay in Kharghar. So I stay here only.
Sure.
Hello.
Priyanka, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So probably you
Good
can.
afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Hi,
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 23rd Inflection Marketing Web Conference and Awards. I am Priyanka Jain from Team Modern Global. I will be the host for the day and will navigate you through interesting panel discussion. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate success and innovation in marketing. The top leaders of the country will share their thoughts in the panel discussion. So the theme for the conference is Future of Marketing. Today, more than 400 attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, let's start the conference with interesting panel discussion. That is, reimagining, reshaping the marketing for the next generation. Here I call moderator Mr. Ashish Jain from Godrej Invoice, DG Sunil from Carl JS, Tanay Srani from Oppo, Dharmendra Khanna from SSIPL Retail, Mahendra Singh Badoria from Biba Apparel, and Mohit Dora from Reliance Retail. Now I request Mr. Ashish Jain to start the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think, as Priyanka said, the topic is actually really interesting, and you will see a lot of behavioral changes which actually happened during this COVID time. So everyone is talking about what will happen in terms of business strategy, and is it like things will change drastically, or what will happen in terms of the field of marketing? I think this is one question which everyone is looking for. So we have an interesting panel, and we have people actually from different fields, different businesses. We can talk more about what exactly is happening. Uh, to me, I will like if I really see what happened if you see global markets also. And one of the presentation I was seeing from Salesforce, that e-commerce sales this time, even in US, will actually grow by 30%, which already is at a very high level. In India, everyone is talking about like almost this festive season, e-commerce sale doubles. Most of the people are now hooked to their mobile. Social media consumption is increasing. So many things are actually happening with customers, and partially the reason is because everyone is consuming data and things from their own home. But at the same time, when these changes are happening, some of these things will maybe like continue for long, and they are irreversible in nature. So probably I can tell you that most of the people who bought actually tickets from IRCTC online versus maybe when it started, I think no one went back actually to buying it offline once we find an online channel. So some of these behavioral changes will continue and will give interesting levers for marketeers also to use them. Uh, the journey which earlier we were talking about, like, is it a linear journey? What sort of journey we have in terms of marketing? Everyone was focusing more on awareness, consideration, conversion, and those sort of things. Now, if you really see, the whole cycle actually changed. And what is happening to this new marketing? What is happening to the new generation? And is there any big change which is happening in the field? I think maybe let's actually understand from the team which we have, and probably we can start with like Sunil from Carl JS, and he can talk about what exactly is happening in his industry.
Yeah. Hi Ashish. Hi everyone. I think thanks for giving the opportunity to share thoughts from our kind of an industry. So typically, I belong to the optical lenses or the spectacle lenses part of the Kazai's business group, and we are typically a B2B2C kind of a business, right? I mean, typically we operate through our channel partners and then reach consumers. And yes, there is some amount of online sale, but spectacle being a very what should I say, a refraction critical oriented product, it is imperative for the consumer to really walk into an outlet to get his eye checks or the measurements or these kind of things done. And when you were talking about generation, I think you started with the COVID piece, right? Post-COVID, everything has started changing. And we here at Zeiss, we define this as a generation C, right? Generation C, basically a collective group of the adults, youngsters, the old people, all alike who are affected by COVID, and a particular set of generation who is more connected than ever today. Like everybody has gone digital, everybody is using digital devices. And thirdly, a consumer who is very, very conscious about what, where, and how he buys this particular set of product. So this is a generation that we consider that we are addressing as of today. And from our function, the biggest changes that we see here is firstly on the product. Can you hear me, Ashish? Yeah. So firstly, you are not audible, you are on mute. Yeah.
You're audible, Sunil.
Yeah, thanks. So quickly talking about the product front, I think today it's more and more products. Post-COVID, we have been able to generate a huge set of products which is relevant to today's day and age, like digital users, be it a blue protect spectacle or an anti-fog kind of a spray. Anybody who wears a mask, who wears a spectacle lens has a big challenge because your spectacle gets fogging. So there is a huge shift in the kind of products that we deliver and the speed at which it is being. I think that is the first big change which has happened. And the second piece of it is on the communication, right? Right from a typical in-store communication or a media communication to going to the high intent moment of communication is what, or a contextual communication as we call it, is what we as a brand are focusing at this particular moment. And the third bit being the technology and the automation part. I think no need of saying that all of us have started going towards chatbots, voice searches, and these kind of things. In addition to the AI-based ML modeling and things. So at Zeiss, what we do is we have built an AI systems to be able to deliver healthcare in eye care in terms of retinal checks, which can be done even at remote locations, where we can go to the even the lower strata of the society in remote locations very easily. So we have built an AI modeled system which can take care of something as good as that. And last but not the least, a critical thing for our business is our retail fraternity as well. So the big challenge is a 40, 50-year-old retailer today is catering to a consumer who is an 18 or 20-year-old, right? I mean, the consumer is more informed than the many a case that even the retailer may not be as informed in many of the cases. So this is the bridge that we are trying to, divide that we are trying to bridge rather, where we try to upgrade the retailers, enable them, bring them onto the digital, and also help them with all the initiatives like the hygiene initiatives and what is it that they need to do in store to ensure the consumers are taken care of. So this is what we do from our front to cater to this particular segment.
Yeah, Sunil, it's an interesting perspective because many customers are now younger than actually the retailers. And maybe Dharmendra may have a different view because he handles a lot of brands and marketing for them.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dharmendra, on this?
See, rightly said, Sunil, the customer base for Sunil might be 18, 20 years. For us, and an average Indian age of a consumer is 30 years, so is our customer. Even if the customer is not at 30 years, he, in a fashion industry or sports industry, want to be around, as a look, he want to be around 30 years of the age. See, pre-COVID, these business strategies were different. We wanted customers to walk into our store, experience it, and then complete the transaction. Post-COVID, suddenly the entire, things changed. The landmark changed. People wanted to buy the goods because they were conscious about their health and fitness more than any time before than this now. But they didn't want to step out, especially the high street was still seeing until now seeing a lot of footfalls. Our stores and malls are brands which are more in the malls are still seeing not the business as usual number in their footfalls. So the entire focus became how we can cater to the customer while they're sitting at the home. We made sure that consumer can buy on a video chat online. So we developed a tool. So there is one of our stores is connected online, and people can download that app and chat with the customer or the retail athlete. We call our staff as retail athlete because they know about what product they want to sell for a fitness conscious person. And there is a chatbot. As Sunil also mentioned, there is a WhatsApp chatbot. You say hi, and then it creates an entire instance of product journey, experiencing, completing the transaction within the chatbot, and then you stay in their customer's phone forever. The WhatsApp also makes sure when the customer is there in the offline, the invoice is generated and is sent to his WhatsApp digitally, contactless transaction and no paper transaction. So the journey was initiated through probably just wanted to scan some more products sitting at home or at store, or through a invoice which we were sending to him, contactless version, non-paper version. And then the journey started that you can initiate the entire browsing of catalog, the new products has been featured, and then he completes the transaction within the bot. Lot of marketing initiatives has become digital now. Social media has gained a lot of traction now. Content, we keep on generating new content the entire lockdown period until now. We very frequently keep on generating fitness videos where people can take inspiration, and follow us and share their fitness stories on our pages. And that's kind of engagement that has taken place. Before lockdown, it was more one way. We were sending emails, they were coming up for offers, they were seeing new collections. Now it's too engaging. A lot of content is being generated both ways, toward the customer for the brand, from the brand for the customers, and that's the creating organic virality for the brands. I think that's the same for all consumer brands like Oppo and Viva might have been facing, and Reliance for that matter.
Yeah, surely. I think everyone is an influencer today. I mean, someone who is working in the store also is actually influencing the sale. Mahendra, I think in Biba, surely some of these things may be happening and something new. What's your view on this?
I think I was hearing Sunil and then Dharmender both was talking about, he said collective generation he's talking about, and he said average age of 30 years. So all these are true, and all these are only indicating that if the collective age is 30 years, which clearly means that who is influencing the decision today. So probably the millennial, alpha, or maybe Z, they influence around 60-70% sales. So and how they behave and how they think, it's very important for us to understand, because these are the people, either they are buying for themselves, consuming, or they are influencing the consumption behavior. So we need to really understand, and we need to design our marketing strategy around these people, from where they gather the information, how they gather the information, how they absorb the information, what is their basic behavior and preferences. So if you ask me that their attention span is very, very low, and therefore you have to reach out to them in certain way that they can really see you as a value, and they can see what exactly they need to see. And therefore what's happening in our kind of industry, where the age group from in my company, we start from 2-year age, goes up to 70-year age, but maximum business is happening 45. That's the age group which influence. So post-pandemic, there's a product need has improved. So currently Zoom look has come in play, and the women are very finicky about their own look. So you have to customize the product and the communication for that. Similarly, the comfort wear has come in place suddenly, which was not before. So again, you have to customize the product. You have to customize the offerings. We had some offerings before pandemic also, which were leading to this kind of customer behavior. But now the communication is changed. So if you remember that Dabur has suddenly started talking about immunity, everybody has started talking about immunity. Similarly, we have started talking about what customer needs today and how they really want to see your product. So these are the few insights which we have learned over a period of time post-pandemic. And this is how we believe that entire communication and marketing is changing. And since I also run the large sales network, so one more thing I would like to talk here, that the channel mix is changing today. So as you said that 100% digital internet sale has gone up. in India as well, and abroad you are seeing 30% growth is expected there. So what is that is all about? Same is happening in India. For the vanilla brand, it's happening twofold, threefold kind of shift is happening. Why it is happening? How are you going to tackle with these kind of situations? So channel mix is completely shifting. So if you have your vanilla website, suddenly you are seeing 3-4 times sales on year basis, and then you are seeing that malls are behaving in different manner, and your high streets are behaving in different manner, large formats are behaving in different manner. So these are the behaviors which are coming up very clearly, and the discoverability which used to happen at the store facade is now happening at your home. So you are sitting with your mobile and really seeing that what you need to go, and once you go to store, your shopping journey has come down to half. So if suppose earlier you used to spend half an hour in the store to make your decision, and today you are only completing in 15 minutes, because you are already coming up, you are coming with very clear thought that I want to go to this store, I want to buy this product, and I have already seen it on the site, on the digital side, and now I need to see it fit and everything feel and buy and go out. So these are the few behaviors I think important to discuss. So I thought to share with you.
Yeah, Mahendra, I think one interesting actually message I got yesterday evening from one of the brands saying that now you can do your entire shopping in pajamas.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing, because you're not actually going out. Everything is coming to you.
Ashish, we are attending office in pajamas most of the time.
Yes. And maybe I think this webinar also. What do you think, Mohit? I mean, like, what is happening in Reliance Trends actually on this front?
So as everyone else would agree, before COVID, life was a party, good business happening, people coming to stores, people buying online. This was like, sudden thing that happened. So everything came to a standstill when the lockdown happened. And after that, when the stores also started opening, we had to, take care of the safety measures in all our stores, and communicate to people that it is safe to shop at Trends. Parallelly, we were seeing a huge interest in online shopping. So we sell on Ajio also. So Ajio traffic, became like 3 to 4x during that time, when people were not able to go outside and shop. We wanted to instill confidence in people that it is still, safe to shop at Trend stores, what all safety measures we have taken. So we created a lot of content around that, and we published it, online. We also did one more thing, that we checked what people are wearing at homes. We saw a lot of hashtags that people were using, and they were wearing basic garments, t-shirts, track pants and all. And there was another demand that we could see was for shirts and track pants also, which is again, for work from home collection. So we prioritized those garments in our stores. We changed the store layout accordingly. When you enter the store, there's no point in selling denims first, right? Because people were not buying those. So a lot of changes in I would say we had to recurate our collections and sell how people were looking for. We saw the search terms, what people were buying, what people were looking for. And we, with the existing collection, was like recurated and sold in a very different way as per the customer's need, right? And like I said, to make sure that people are safe at, while they are shopping at the stores, we also thought if people have to try the garments, then what happens? People, will not be very comfortable. So we created small UV closets where, the tried out garments can be hung, and with UV light, we can sanitize those garments and then again hang, on the hangers next day. So all those measures were taken. But I think it was festive season, which again kind of, got people back to the stores. That kind of helped. Of course, the numbers are not as good as like last year, but I think with online shopping happening, plus confidence coming back, that it's not that bad, if I step out and, shop. But what we are seeing is that collections, what people are buying are largely comfortable clothing, what people, because people are spending more time at home. So t-shirts, track pants, loose fit, garments, comfortable cotton kurtas, that kind of stuff is moving really well. But let's see, I mean, how soon we can we can overcome, this situation. And I think, rest of the collections will also be back what when people will start stepping out more often, and there will be more occasions.
Surely, Mohit. I think Tanay must be having some very interesting perspective, because he is in a category which is already, like, earlier also was quite digital savvy, and e-commerce was actually, he's a big actually contributor there. What do you think, Tanay?
I was listening to Sunil, Mohit, you, Mahendra, Dharmender, and what everybody has said is absolutely correct. I mean, you cannot deny anything of whatever people have said. For us, we cater to a category. We can say we cater to youth. So we cater to people who are from 18 years of age to 30, 32, 33. I'm on the older side. I'm 32. So how to say, for digital marketeers, with this thing, it has actually become important to, harness the imagination of the people. It has become critical. For Diwali, like Mohit just said, yes, people went back to the stores. The offline sales in India were more than 78,000 crores in India, offline sales right now. People went back to the stores, but more or less they have shifted to the online and the digital purchases. I'll tell you how. We are talking about Gen Z right now. For our audience, I would like to tell, it is not more of, how can we divide amongst years or between years, but right now this is generation alpha, 2000 people born between 2013 to 2025. All right. And before that, it was Gen Z, 1995 to 2012. Before that, it was the millennials, 1980 to 1994. And before that, they were the Zennials, 1975 to 1985. And before that, it was Generation X. And before that, it was the baby boomer generation. Not only Gen Z, everybody has moved online to buy. I never expected my mother to go and buy herself a laptop. I never thought that she would go ahead and do that. How did I get to know? When I got the message for OTP. OTP, so expensive, what is happening? So she was buying a laptop for herself. Why? Because the classes shifted online. All right. And the laptop that she was using, that was an old laptop. Usme sara Zoom vagera, it was not getting connected properly and all. So ideally that has increased my work. I have to make more PPTs. I have to make more Word documents, more homeworks for her. But, from our parents to everybody has moved online, which has become, for the companies, I would say good. For, like, I'll tell you about my company. If I include the online sales as well, we have already sold more than 20% of what we sold last year. All right. And if I talk about my state offline, I'm more into offline sales. We haven't sold the number of pieces that we sold last year. That is the impact of online right now. And like Mohit said about the houses and all, the houses have become the command centers now. It is more like, so you're working from your home, you're playing from your house, and all the decisions are being made sitting inside the house only. Fortnite, if you play video games or mobile phone games, Fortnite had some, how to say, online concert. More than 10 million people attended that. Video game hai wo, and so many people are attending that concert. So that is the thing. I was reading about a report from McKinsey. McKinsey said that 5 years of adoption of the digital platform, it just came in 8 weeks. 13 million people in Latin America. Latin American countries include Colombia, Venezuela, maybe Guatemala. So 13 million people from these countries, they made their first ever digital transaction. They moved to digital. So this has been the impact, and not only on Gen Z, from everybody, from our parents' age to the Gen Z. I mean, that is what I'm seeing. And it is actually going to be different across different industries. Mobile phones, telecom, they have increased. laptops and all, they have increased, right? These Google Play cards and all these cards, they have increased. If I talk about automotives, my God, this mid segment has increased so much. But I was listening to Audi's India head. He said that, I think he was, yeah, he said that the luxury car sales, they have decreased a bit. But if you listen to big boy toys, they say that there has been no impact on these cars. So it is all, different across different industries. That is what I have seen. And it has become difficult for digital marketers कि इसको hyper local कैसे करेंगे.
Yeah, Tara, I think this is like something which over a period of time everyone will explore and then try to find an answer for it. But if you just think from, say, maybe a marketing perspective, now this is actually a new normal, and maybe in another 6 months, 8 months, then we will have a different normal, right? Because people who experience all these things probably will not go back actually. So every touch point is very, very important when we talk about today's customer, right? We are not talking about few stores. We are not talking about actually few places where actually people are interacting with brand. Customers are interacting with your brand now everywhere, right? And it's more about technology which is leading this entire thing rather than being manual, right? So earlier you used to have like a segment. Now you don't need any segment. You can have n number of cohorts possible, and then you can target them to get the business for you. So if you think from a marketing perspective, what's your opinion actually on how marketing actually will change for this new normal, and what are some things which you think will be like very valuable going forward?
I would say the catalogs, like I think Dharmendra and Mohit, they said about this thing. I would say the catalogs, the leaflets that we were giving offline, the physical leaflets, the pamphlets. Now it is more about the digital leaflets, and how are people, or to how many people are our employees, or our ISDs, the in-shop demonstrators, to how many people are they able to send those leaflets and those digital catalogs, how many people are opening it, how are those catalogs getting tracked, the number of people receiving them versus the number of people opening them versus the number of people trying to interact with the bot going with that. If we are able to count that, or whatever company is able to count that right now, that company would be winning in this new market for sure. That is what we have thought about.
And what do you think actually on this similar topic? What is your strategy for this?
Ashish, one thing I would say that first of all, I come from ethnic industry, so that itself says that there's a lot of legacy behind. So I would say that overall marketing strategy, if you look upon when TV came, then also print media was fairly visible in the market and relevant to the marketers. Similarly, then TV, then after that mobile and all that. So I would say that definitely all kind of communication media will have their own relevance, because in today's time also, when big days of Mintra is happening, they are also on TV, they are also on print media, and they are all on digital media as well. So why are they? We need to think again there. So because the relevance of these communication media is there, but definitely, as he said, that uh, one has to see that how the leaflets are going to the customer. I think that's also important, and it is changing in multiple ways. So one, you rightly said that it is a boundaryless environment. So there's no boundary whether it is a store or sitting at your home or sitting in your office. But if you want to shop right now, you can shop right now, you can experience have the similar experience. So this is one, and therefore the marketers roles are going to be very challenging today, that they need to really see, depending on their target audience or the influencer to those target audience, how they need to create a brand, the marketing mix for them. So how much money they need to spend on digital, on non-digital, or on ATL and all that. They need to, so that segmentation of the money is very important today. Second, you cannot ignore digital media at all. So you have to have all possible contents available and to bring those content to the consumer. So maybe through your sales staff, the person who is dealing with the customer, and how you are empowering them to connect with the consumer. So today, most customers are not coming to your store. Are you connecting with them through digital media, that is video calling, that is some kind of digital platform, and then how your sales staff is interacting them and giving them information. And the time currently is to give you more and more personalized kind of information. So a lot of technology interfaces coming there. So Quatrix is one technology which is talking that if suppose Ashish comes on my website and he always come and buy for his mother, then definitely you will only see interface which is showing you those kind of product on Viva website. So those are the kind of technology interfaces going to help you to reach out to the consumer. But the ways to reach to consumer are more today, and you have to be more alert, and you have to empower more and more to your frontline team, because final conversion is happening there. At the time, mom and pop kind of retailer situation where Ashish is going and he's saying, how is Ashish ji, bhabhi ji kaisi hai? So that time is going to come back. So it has to, they will definitely ask about bhabhi ji, but through digital media and some mix of human interface. So that time is coming back.
Interestingly, I think because look, most of the brands, big brands are actually going across, say maybe TV, print, and again the digital. But of course, when we really think actually even in our industry from say a lot of these local retailers who are actually our distributors, dealers, they are also trying to understand and leveraging the power of social communication as well as like Google My Business. So they are making sure that people review them. If there is a, say someone is reviewing them negatively, they are trying to respond to them, trying those issues. So while yes, I agree with like big brands are having like big money and then they can spend like that. But in addition to that, I think it's a lot more the whole ecosystem, which is about the local dealers, distributors, retailers. They all are actually jumping on this digital bandwagon and seeing a lot of benefits from it. So maybe I think, Dharmendra, what do you think?
Ashish, I would like to take 1 minute again over here that on your this thing, that why people are coming, the small people are also looking into the digital. If you look at again, everything depends on the preferences and behaviors of the people, those who are either buying or influencing the buying. So if you look upon the Z generation beyond people, they are actually highly influenced by the contents which is not celebrity-led content. So they are highly influenced by social media celebrities. So those we call influencer, and somebody said that we all are influencer. I think you only said that we all are influencer, either influencing within the store or influencing. So the era of celebrity is moving away, and multiple celebrities are happening, and local celebrities are happening. I'm influenced by Ashish, then I'm very much influenced by Ashish. So I want to hear out from your mouth, and that is what the typical nature of Generation Z and beyond. So that is also playing a key role in this kind of digital, bhagam bhagi, why people are changing digital. So if you look at Viva this Diwali, I think we have done huge influential activities, so as many other brands. So that is the kind of shift is happening today. And also this generation also looks upon what customers are talking about the product. They want to hear out from the customer, not from you or from anyone, because this generation characteristic is very, very transparent, very straightforward. They want to hear out the truth. They have courage to hear out the truth. So I think we need to understand all these once we say that why people are running there. So that's my look into it. I think Dharmendra can definitely add to it.
Thanks, Mahendra. I think you rightly said all the media, all the channels are still relevant, radio, TV, print. But for a retailer, and especially medium-sized retailers like ours and brands, our 20% of business revenues top line were wiped out this year. April and May were almost zero. And whatever margin you would have earned is almost now, you barely think that how would you be able to make at least the break even this year. In considering that kind of a situation, we want to spend our every marketing dollar in a sense, in a way that the ROI can be tracked, the ROI is most optimal, and we spend in channels which gives us easy traction, easy tracking, easy analytics, and easy change and corrective action. And where the print and the traditional mediums are still for us for this year, for till now, been shying away from that. We're still very focused on GMB, Google My Business, because if a customer is searching sports shoes near me, he should see my stores on the top. And I can then track, he was tracking what keyword and what he used, the direction he called my store, or he used some link which I provided in that search results. SEO, GMB, Facebook location pages, and social media. We're focusing very heavily on digital, and for the time being, we're shying away from the traditional medium. Ashish.
What do you think? What is happening? Because I think a lot of actually your companies like Reliance has got good presence in Geo and other digital mediums. So what is like how you are leveraging those platforms?
So we launched GeoMart this year, and now Trends is also having presence on GeoMart, and we will continue to add more formats there. Uh, that's something that is very promising right now within Reliance. So that is what we all are working on, like all the different formats are working on. But I want to come back to your question of new normal. Uh, I wanted to say that new normal is also changing every now and then. If you talk about 10 years back, that normal was very different. One guy will start offering a feature like cash on delivery, then everyone else has to offer. That becomes normal, right? One guy will come up with some other feature. One guy will start using bots. Everyone else will have to follow, because that is the expectation from the customer, that this has become the new normal. I want a very slick UI and UX. I want discounts, I want coupons, I want quick delivery, I want 30 days returns, I want this and that feature. So that becomes new normal. So every year you will see that in the last 10 years since the time we've been seeing these new age internet companies, they are improving that customer experience. So that becomes the new normal. Every year you will see that there are new things happening, and everyone has to offer those. I mean, otherwise you will be like lagging behind. Customer is expecting you to compete with the other brands, right? So that's what I wanted to say on the new normal. Now next year what will happen, that we can all predict and try to implement those what other guys are doing, and maybe beyond that also.
Yeah, I think this is like we really don't know what will happen in future, but at the same time, like everyone is planning for it and learning from like what is happening in the environment. One of the thing which now become very, very prominent is marketing driving business strategy. Because earlier it used to be like there is a lot of research which used to happen, then products used to launch, business used to launch. Today you have actually like an opportunity. You can do a lot of test marketing. You can just create a small sample. You can create a little cohort and see that how your performance is. Like you can plan what you actually maybe like want to take a strategic shift, or if you are planning maybe a new range, then you can think about how exactly that will work. So from that perspective, like business strategy is now driven by marketing, or still marketing is actually a part of the overall business strategy?
Since yeah, since marketing knows the pulse of the customer, and that's how it should happen, so we should be able to help the business teams also what to create also. It's not that product is given to you and then you have to sell. It's actually the other way around. We can always, that's what we at Trends also doing on social media. We show 2 3 different options of clothing articles to people and ask which one do you like. We try to assess which color will work, what kind of style is working well. Then we feed in that information again back to business teams, the buying and the merchandising teams. This is what people are searching for. This is what people are liking. When we post this kind of garment, and this is this kind of social media engagement that we get, number of likes versus this. So we are able to pass on that information to the right teams so that they can create garments accordingly. We have a private label which is around fast fashion, which changes every month. Because if you see, whatever influencers are posting on social media, that creates a lot of demand for those kind of styles. People message us and ask us that, do you have this kind of kurta? Do you have this kind of denims? So we are able to generate those insights, and again, like I said, give to business teams, so that we know the trend, that what people are looking for. We should be able to cater to those rather than first creating those garments and then selling, whether people are buying or not.
Actually, the marketing now become integral part of the overall business strategy and how exactly business is shaping. What do you think, Mahendra?
Yeah, Ashish, two things again here that I would say that again everything depends on what customer is thinking today and what is his behavior. So since the customer attention span is low, and therefore so therefore you have to design your communication in such a way that he should see what exactly he wants to see. उसके पास time तो है नहीं, he wants everything right now. And he doesn't have time to browse entire store and figure out what is something which he's looking forward. So that's how marketing role is very, very important today. And marketing was always core of the strategy piece, because you can't have strategy without communication and without go-to-market strategy, which comes under marketing function. So that is always there. And in today's time, since the reachability to the your physical store or the physical product is less, so marketing has become far more uh, important than ever. So this is how I look into it, and I also say that in all kind of communication, you can't change your business DNA completely. So post pandemic, if people start talking about immunity, people start talking about comfort wear, people start talking about something which is today's norm. You have to add few products. You can't create a range for that. You can create mask to communicate that yes, I am having full salwar kameez dupatta. You also get the matching mask. But then I'm saying I'm very safe and I'm giving you safe product for your life. So how you are communicating and are you on the top of it? What consumer want to listen from you today? I think that's the critical role marketing is playing today, and how the business model has to be tweaked to communicate right and to become relevant. So these are the few areas which I believe are important in terms of marketing standpoint, and how to reach out to them through digital medias.
I think few of the businesses, of course, if you see in the past 1 decade now, they are actually created based on technology and marketing. So people keep on talking about those businesses, be it maybe like an Uber, or you talk about these Flipkarts. So these are all businesses which are created essentially as a mix of actually good mix of marketing and technology. So definitely business strategy. I mean, like of course you are saying is driven by marketing and more influences there. What's your opinion, Dharmendra, on this?
Yes, so we actually covered it's becoming more and more influencer, and you have to decide who is your correct influencer and what age group. Is every customer who buys from me posted on social media, all that customer is also my influencer. So we tend to do a lot of influencer marketing also, but we tend to also create some programs and marketing strategies and campaigns around a new launch product. And if you buy that product, you post it on social media, or even if you're not buying, hashtag and post your fitness session at your home, you might get some the new launch product for free or at a special price. So everyone becomes my influencer in that ways. My product gets viral organically as well, and that's where we are focusing right now, making sure the least amount of money gives us the best ROI. We I appreciate Reliance did post lockdown unlock zindagi kind of a campaign, if I remember correctly, and that was a fabulous way to communicate to people that it's unlocked now, you can start living the life in the new normal. And that's what we're trying to do digitally as well, and we're making sure the communication is there, the health and hygiene measures being communicated. So it wasn't phase wise, the way some panelists discussed. The entire lockdown period started with entire lockdown, and your communications were towards checking the safety and creating some fitness based content and sharing with your consumers. Then the unlock happened, then the communication became that we are back with the hygiene and safety, and the post lockdown special offers. And then the every month, every week, there's the communication strategies kept on changing. So yeah, so influencer does works very well. Technology has worked very well, where we also been able to track how the campaigns are working that ways.
Tanay, what's happening in Oppo?
I won't just be talking about Oppo. So, I mean, it is all, I would say we are not allowed to talk about all that. But in general, like Mahindra said, Mohit said, Dharmendra said, it is absolutely correct. People who have bought via Instagram, 34% people said that they heard the influencer, and that is how they bought it. And about the influencers, like they're talking. And if we talk about these online sales and all, Amazon, as compared to last year, this year's first quarter, they have said that they sold more than 26% as compared to last year. And if we see the offline markets in some parts of Europe, they went down by 7%, and regions like Spain and all, they went down by more than 8%. This is about the offline market. And if we see about how the marketing is influencing, I would say that if a new category or a new business or a new plan has to be launched, it is not only about the marketing. It has to be, what I have seen or what I have felt or what I have seen is that the things are successful if it is a correct mix of, all the cross-functional teams, which includes the serviceability, which includes the HR, which includes sales, which includes marketing, everything. And then it becomes a better product or a better thing or a better idea as compared to only one thing. And like Mahendra said, कि भाभी जी कैसी हैं? So about that, I'll tell you, in near future, our home assistants, like maybe Alexa or Google Home, maybe they would be interacting with you. I mean, people would be, if you search, people would be putting their advertising campaigns over there, and they would be interacting with you. I mean, last month what happened was that we bought an Alexa in the online sales, and we were just playing with it, like homes are the new command centers, right? So we were going out, and my father just asked Alexa, mummy ke joote kahan hain? So it said that it is something, it said it is not in my database or something like that. I think that, the time is not far. We can get a reply ki, okay, if you're unable to find mummy ke jute, she can wear slippers, go to the nearest this showroom, and she can buy new shoes. So this is going to happen very soon, I believe. And the marketing guys will drive it.
Great, Tanay. So I think we are all talking about a lot of things which are more related to technology. So if Sunil, if you have to think about maybe a piece of technology marketing which you think will be like really big, or you want to bet on that.
Yeah, Ashish. I think, there is a fact that close to around 90% of the data which is available today has been generated over the last 8 to 10 years, right? So I think most of the tools that you go through online or you meet up people, you try to understand, it's all about data flowing in and in, right? There's a huge amount of data. I think the most critical thing in this entire equation, especially in a circumstance when people are spending all their time on web, they buy on web, they give their feedback on web, everything is happening online, the data is there, it's all available for you. I think the most critical thing here is to make sense of what is coming in, right? I think that is the most critical element. Today, you have a lot of data, and so there are a lot of companies, right? If you really take some of the critical applications, be it your driverless cars or these kind of things. So that is where these are the people who really know how to use the data, what to do with it, how to make use of it, how to reach there, right? So that is where I see as the pinnacle of all of our efforts coming in, right? The rest are mere tools. So if you ask me, I think the artificial intelligence and the machine learning modeling, which is in vogue today, I think most of the big advertising brands or media buying agencies, all these people are getting into all these. Many of them have a data science teams, right? They work on the data, they do the analytics, they do the mining, and they try to make sense out of it. And these kind of models, be it your AI ML models, are so decent that they are able to give you the kind of output even with a small amount of data, and even in a unstructured kind of a data. You don't need to really put everything into rows and columns to be able to arrive at that kind of point of time. So I think if you ask me, that is the future, and that is the single best thing to make sense and meaning of this kind of data, one. And the another critical factor here is the timing, right? So the data keeps flowing in. I think one of our panelists was mentioning from Riyadh that we have a fast fashion trends change every month. I think the way how quickly we are able to react, how sustainable is your model or the module to be able to take all these kind of inputs, churn it out, build it into meaningful products and services, and at the same time deliver to the customer. I think this is where this center piece is, if you ask me, is more critical. If you ask my opinion from that angle.
Yeah, Sunil, I think, yeah, it's very important. And just I was actually reading about one of the fashion retailer and they were talking about designs. So earlier they were talking about some requirement of some 300 designers to design their own portfolio. And now they are working only with 8. The reason is a lot of data is actually generated on these platforms, that what color, what design, what exactly people are actually liking and what they are not liking. Incidentally, there's a $1 billion company which is created in US based on ratings and reviews on Amazon. So this company actually takes all these ratings and reviews, and then they just actually based on them, they design actually their product. So one of the example which was there was like someone actually like Bluetooth speaker, but the moment the customer actually went to bathroom with that speaker, it stopped working. So the next product which was designed was like waterproof speaker. So I think, of course, AI, ML, they are actually a lot of products designing, and those sort of things can also happen in addition to the marketing efforts, which actually definitely are seeing a lot of changes. There are a lot of personalization and customization already started happening. Yeah, so I think AI, ML is what you are betting on. What do you think, Mahendra? What you would like to bet on?
Yeah, I think technology is very important, and also we need to understand that where is this technology digital consumption is happening. So largely it's happening through mobile. So all your if you look at Generation Z and beyond, then 75 to 80% people, they are very friendly with mobile device, and they are out of that 25-30% people are spending more than 5 hours every day on mobile device, and they are moving between the social media, so from LinkedIn to Instagram to Snapchat and like that. So we need to, whatever we are generating content and we are trying to use AI or ML to reach out to the consumer and to communicate the consumer, we need to see how friendly and how seamlessly you are communicating your communication. So we need to understand, and I would bet more on the uh, idea that how it can be more relevant to the mobile device consumption to the consumer. So that's how I look into it.
Tanay, what do you think? Any bet?
I would say yes. Apart from this AI, ML, it is like people are saying that yes, it is more about seamless connectivity as well. You're working on your laptop right now, and you go to your car. I mean, you're working on your mobile phone from the same place you start, right? Like Apple has developed this ecosystem, and you go to your home, you have your tablet there, iPads, they are there, and you again can start working from the same place, from the same space, and apart from this, it is more about the partnerships as well. Like our, we have to grow, right? We have to grow, and in order, apart from growing, I mean, an integral part is the serviceability part as well, the service part, apart from sales. And if we grow, like the food delivery apps, maybe they would be partnering with the health applications. The health applications would be in turn partnering with the food delivery applications to, to make the things seamless for one person to get it from one place, from one person. That is what I think this is going to happen apart from this AI and everything.
Dharmendra, your view?
Yeah, so one of the seamless parts, yeah, very rightly said, there is a seamless experience that we need to deliver in all devices where the customer is experiencing the brand. One more customer experience, seamless experience that we want to deliver, and which is still just a vision, and AI ML is working towards achieving that, is knowing your customer. The customer who comes to me digitally, I thoroughly know who is that customer, gender, age group, location, geolocation, what products they bought, what is their customer journey generally, what is the ranking of that customer in my ecosystem, or segmentation of that customer. Moment that customer steps into my store, it takes one store manager's recall memory or relationship, or till the time he doesn't feed in the number, his customer number or mobile number in the screen, which we have provided for browsing or on the pause, we don't know who actually he is, and we can't actually not deliver the experience that we are able to deliver seamlessly. So there's still a long way to go on the AI ML part on identifying and giving a seamless experience to the customer who we know digitally, and give the same solution physically as well. There is some solution we're working where the cameras are capturing, and there are security issues, but then there is a lot of work around that also, which we are working. The heat mapping gives us what location the product can be picked up most, so that we do our visual merchandising accordingly. We do heat mapping on if our windows are changed, what is the footfall growth we have seen versus the previous windows. So there are camera-based AI technologies that we are working on. Very initial stage, long way to go.
Great. I think interesting things are happening. What do you think, Mohit?
So I'm with Sunil when he spoke about data, that so much of data is getting generated. We have to make sense out of it. And I think it starts with getting even more data. We need to get data. We need to connect all the customer touch points and get those data also. Because right now, if a customer is writing a mail to us on customer care, tomorrow he's going to call us. Are we able to digitize that information and put it back in the system? Will we even get to know that the person is not happy with the service, and the kind of notifications we are going to send it to him, will it change accordingly? Also, the kind of data that is being generated, are we able to use that? Like if we know that the person has bought, say, a trouser of 34 waist, 3-4 times, then next time when he's coming to your website and on the listing pages we are showing him trousers, can we show 34 waist trousers, based on the availability first, because we know that his waist size is that, and we know his device type also. He has, say, an Apple phone or a Xiaomi phone, right? Can we get insights on that also, that the discounts and the pricing can maybe change based on that also, right? So a lot of data is getting generated. There are weather APIs also. Can we make use of external data and customer data, map that, and then put the communication in context, and offer our products and the communication accordingly? I think that is critical right now. I think getting the data part right. Of course, data is there everywhere, but are we able to make sense of that? So I think Sunil pretty much communicated that before I could.
So I think one of the listeners is also actually asking this question, that what analytic capabilities are you building to identify the opportunities? So I think a lot of actually analytics, I think everyone must be doing it, that if you want to identify the opportunity, maybe investing in platforms like Google, and in fact, a lot of DMPs actually also offer a lot of information about the intent of the customers. Anything, like which anyone want to share, and not very specific to your own company. If you want to share any insight on this, that some tool or particular tool which you are looking in this particular space, anyone of us can actually answer this.
So you rightly said Google Analytics is one of the best option to know your customer coming online. Besides that, we are using analytics tool for our offline customer. There is a loyalty program engine that we run, and there we do a lot of analytics on customer segmentation. And according to segmentation that we do A/B testing, and you start campaigns with different set of customer, and then we test what worked in which segment, and then we keep on evolving those campaigns. So offline, there are loyalty program based campaigns that we are working on data analytics, and online we are working on Google Analytics. Others may comment on it.
So Ashish, I think just pitch in here. I think I just want to share one of the examples. So when I was interacting with one of the founder members of one of this new age digital company called as Infinite Analytics. So they work with deeply with brands like NBA and things. With respect to opportunity identification, so the data was this. that there are two case studies that they spoke about. One on the NBA. So when NBA came to India initially, so they were focusing on cities, right? Which are the cities that typically it is the cities where you really see people who are aware of these kind of games, and they subscribe for it, and they will be able to create audience for these kind of things. But when they really got a little deeper into data, understood where are the posts coming from, where are the interests coming from. So basically, if you are able to gather and process the insights which are coming from all your social media channels, and at the end of it, they were able to realize that the real interests were coming from spaces like Northeast and from Kerala. So it's so unlike kind of a case study where typically go into cities and then you realize it's coming from somewhere else. Similar kind of case study for coffees. I think Starbucks in Bombay itself wanted to identify where is the highest volume of coffee sold, where does the highest consumption happens, especially in cafes. And when this kind of data analytics was gotten into, so there are two things. One, there is a lot of data which is available free of cost as well. There are government websites from where you are able to take the data, and there are some amount of partnership based data also which you can gather. Once you are able to work on it carefully, like in the case of Starbucks, they were able to identify their this was, I think, 2-3 years back. The competition was not Coffee Day or anybody, Costa Coffee or anybody else. It was typically from McDonald's, because many people who used to go into McDonald's used to buy the burgers, and they also used to buy cold coffee, right? So this is the kind of data mining and understanding of the data that you will be able to get these kind of insights and start identifying opportunities going further.
Sure, Sunil. I think Dharmendra actually touched about one point, which is loyalty. So, look, I mean, like now you have so many touch points. Everyone is actually talking, and everyone is like a brand ambassador for a brand. Now, from that perspective, what is happening to this piece called customer loyalty? Because this was one of the KPI which I think most of the big organizations follow. What sort of retention rate is there? What sort of loyalty is there? So what do you think? Like, is loyalty something which is like valuable, or the loyalty of the customer is with certain set of activities which brand is doing? So what's take actually on the loyalty?
See, Ashish, I'll add on this, and others can. I'll speak on this, and others can add on it. Uh, we were not very sure about how do we continue the loyalty program, and during the lockdown, we pushed the coupons. These were vouchers that you can shop at a certain discounted price during the lockdown and redeem it till 31st of March 2021 from our stores, because there was no sale, because there was no cash flow. That surprisingly worked, and our loyalty customers started actually buying it, and that those months we had some cash flows, otherwise everything was zero. And then we realized loyalty is continuing, and loyalty is here to stay. uh, Others may comment on or add on these aspects.
For loyalty, definitely these loyalty programs, they do work. And yes, and for that, even the marketers, they also have to work a lot on the loyalty programs. It is not only about what we are doing or what we are not doing. The marketers need to, let the people know, how to say, mm, we need to hold our brand to a higher standard. It is not only about pushing in envelopes or just pushing in some discount coupons. It is more about it is also, I think, I mean, I don't know, you might agree with me or not, but I believe that, how the brand has, or the marketers have, told the people about the brand, or how has the brand sort of it, 61% people, I mean, they said that, how the brand has done things during the crisis, um, they would definitely go for that brand and they would repeat the brand. It is for the consumers, it is not only about the discount coupons or loyalty benefits. It is about, the marketers must communicate a strong sense of their brand's purpose, like they say, vision, mission, and values. I mean, is it only written, or the brands are also, actually communicating that, the things that the brand stand ups or an area where the brand aims to make a real difference. Brands can do this through the projects that they take, through the partners that they choose, the way they treat their employees, and actually the message they send to their consumers. I think that this thing plays a very important part. I mean, when it comes to the loyalty, or the consumers would go for it or the consumers would not go for that brand, apart from the discount coupons.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with Tanay that loyalty is more to do with what brand promises to the consumer and how they deliver and how you are taking care, and less to do with tactical thing that some discount coupon or something like that. So that is also important. Sometimes it helps you, but loyalty is more to do with your own how much loyal you are to the customer. So how much care you are taking care for your customer. So do you know his preferences? Do you know his events in his life, what's going on in his life and all that. So loyalty is largely to do with the brands, less to do with the customers, because customers are going to be loyal if you are loyal to them. So this is how I look into it. While the customer, the current perception is more to do that if I can give more discount, and then customer will be more loyal and hence my sale will increase. So it is beyond sales, it is beyond all this discount and all. You have to be loyal to the customer, then customer will be loyal to you. This is how we look into it. We have seen multiple times that we have given discounts, but customers are visiting stores and they are not uh, giving voucher or encashing those discount vouchers. So, but we have seen when we spoke about some trend and we spoke about something what you bought before and now it is available, we have seen good response on that. So that's how we look into the loyalty.
I think incidentally, actually, loyalty as a program, because like Walmart being a biggest retailer, never actually have any loyalty programs. So every time this loyalty is always a big discussion point between brands, and maybe certain transactional brands don't require loyalty because anyway, I think people are going for better prices or maybe convenience. But brands where there is some sort of an association, a personal association, some social imagery and other things are involved, probably loyalty is something which works actually. So yeah, I think it's like people need to take decision based on what categories actually they are serving. So interestingly, one thing I was like about to talk about on the technology thing also, like we are in furniture industry, and you see in furniture industry, if someone wants to buy something online, the biggest problem actually they have is in terms of color matching with their own interiors or the dimensions and other things. Like they need to know that, okay, dimensions will match or they will not match. I think these are the two critical problems when they want to take that decision online. And AR is actually one technology which definitely can help in solving this problem for customer. So this is something which is like, which is need of an hour, because if I have to take that decision, I need to be sure that these two parameters I judge properly. Otherwise, I have like issues at keeping my product or buying that product. So I think this is one where the technology innovation, because technology is improving, the devices are actually becoming better. That is something which I think, from my perspective, will help in in resolving the issue of buying maybe furniture or doing interiors online. So great, I think, to know about this, the whole customer experience, how marketing is changing. Um, Now, I'm like probably coming to the last part of this entire discussion. So there are certain questions actually. So I will just like read them, and maybe whoever thinks is like want to go for it, they can just answer it. Uh, Anil Ramachandran is asking that how can you seamlessly deliver a message to a customer phone, tablet, and TV screens when they are using those devices simultaneously? So I think this is a little bit of technical question. I think Anil wants to ask us. Anyone wants to take a call on this?
Can I take it?
Yeah, go Mohit.
So I am aware about this company called Zapper. I'm not sure if you guys have worked with them. I was in talks with them, so that's how I know them. What they do is uh, they will run your ads on customers' phones while they are watching your TV ad or any other TV ad that you can tell them. So basically, at any point of time, your phone is listening to the ambient sound. It could be TV, it could be radio, whatever, right? So they match that with the original programming, and they are able to serve mobile ads in real time. I'm not sure if you are able to understand, since it's a little technical, but they have a solution for this for sure. Which means that if you are running your ad on TV also, it is possible to increase the frequency through mobile ads. I mean, once the customer has seen your ad once on TV, you can follow it up with a number of mobile ads on his mobile device. Does it answer your question?
I think Mohit, this looks like an answer which Anil was looking for, because you have given name of the company also. So probably
You can look them up.
yeah, more Google search and some of the articles can help actually.
Yeah.
There's one question actually which was more to do with like business strategy and then marketing involvement. So the question from Preeti is, how are you forging a relationship with the CEO, CIO, CFO, and the rest of the CXOs so that reimagined marketing drives real growth? So I think she's more actually asking about the internal alignment in the organization to take those initiatives which can drive real growth. So I think this is something which all of us keep on actually doing, because without that you can't actually go and get those approvals, and those projects actually don't see the light. You have to align actually people, and something I think today demand is actually on the ROI. So everyone is looking for ROI. The cost is something which everyone is more worried about. So if you have a good case, and I think then definitely you can go, and then management will also accept. One thing I can tell you, the acceptability of the digital projects are far, far higher in today's environment as compared to it used to be. So I think to me, it looks like a very positive environment where these projects can start. Mahendra, you want to speak?
Yeah, Ashish, I was saying it is more to do with the organization culture, and somebody has to really work on that. When you are going to have this kind of new age of marketing strategy in place, and then you are trying to align everyone with the same pace, it is more important to have something common thread which helps everyone to align. So you rightly said that everybody looks upon the ROI, but I would say that you can also keep customer in center, and then you can create a tat around it, and every function has to break the silo just to keep customer service in mind. So that is also one way to get everybody's attention and everybody's support to your this endeavor. So that's how I look into it.
Dharmendra, you wanted to speak on this? Dharmendra, you are on mute.
Yeah, so pre-COVID, we were supposed to take, there was those processes of involving the entire CXO line, but post-COVID, the COVID scenarios are deciding the marketing strategy, so it's become much easier now.
I mean, I actually read it somewhere. I would like to add on here. I read it somewhere, and I think that it is for all the organizations. I mean, the organizations, they work on 7 S's. I'll tell you, it is about strategy, structure, systems. They are the hard parts, and then it is about the staffing, skills, styles, and shared values. They are the soft part. And the irony is that the soft parts are harder to change directly, and the harder parts that are shared values, styles, skills, and staffing, they typically take a lot more time to change. And I believe if you're talking about the CXOs, CIOs, CTOs, then they are actually they're the inner circle already. They're the inner circle of the organization. And I believe that all these, they are already aligned with the company's shared values, styles, skills, and the staffing part for the companies. And that is why there can be a slight difference of opinion at some place or the other, but eventually with these people, it always comes to a solution. Rarest of the rare case, you would find that it ends up in a bigger problem, but eventually it comes down to a solution or some alternate solutions, because the soft parts are aligned with this inner circle. That is what I have seen all the time.
Yeah, Tanay. So, interestingly, I think one of the question we actually answered when we were talking, I think Ankur Jain wants to know what analytics capabilities are you building to identify opportunities. And I think we spoke about maybe Google and other platforms. So anyone actually, if you want to give any specific answer which you may be using and you can actually disclose also, you can answer this.
I think I've already covered my
Okay.
aspect of what we do.
Okay, Dharmin. And one more question, interesting question again from Anupma Podar. Her question is like, are you looking to start two-way discussions versus one-way marketing with people in their homes? I think interestingly, we all talk about like, even Dharmendra was explaining that how they are actually putting designs first and taking inputs and then they are going for product actual introduction. So many a times, I think these are all two-way communication. So unlike in television, which was like one way, now even television also are now looking for options where you can have two-way communication to make marketing more effective. I think that is one question. And one more question I saw from Farha. She is asking, how are you changing to be quick and flexible enough to meet customers when they are going to be? So I'm not very sure about what this question is, but I think probably she want to understand when these customers will actually come to come to stores or will interact with brands. How are you changing to be quick and flexible? So maybe some of these points we covered in the conversation, but if you want to add any value, any one of us can actually go for this question.
This is something which is really difficult to track for. And we all are fighting for it and what to do and how to do. So what we do for online is that whenever our some hero product, and we actually launched 2 hero products in 1 year. So whenever we launch a hero product, we generally try to buy all the spaces online that most people visit. Maybe if you would maybe we would buy spaces on Instagram, maybe we would buy the masthead on YouTube, maybe we would buy the spaces on these Sony Live and all these places. We just go and buy these spaces. You just search it once, you read some newspaper online, and we would have already bought that space. That is what, as of now, we are doing it. And yes, we would also want to reduce our expenses over that.
One more question from Vishal. I think Vishal Sharma, he wants to know, how are you driving personalization to deliver the next order of customer experience in an increasingly borderless zones, homes, store, local, global services. So I think he wants to understand more about what sort of personalization I think people are doing. So maybe I think this personalization starts with a very simple activities. I think earlier it started maybe 2 years back. People were talking about if you just put name, then right now I think that thing is like 2, 3, 4 years old. Now you are actually based on the intent, the sort of consumption of the social media also. The personalization can happen, and a lot of our ads are actually targeted based on that. So suppose if you actually go to a designer site every time, then we actually put those ads which are more design centric, more interiors driven. So a lot of programmatic marketing is already started happening, and which is I think most of the brands are doing. So my take on this question is that go for programmatic buying and then purchasing of ad inventory, so that you are showing relevant ads. And relevant ads doesn't need to actually maybe you are actually relevant for a customer is more important, because then you can actually address a wider market as compared to just going with little bit of personalization on your own database. So I think that's my take on it. Probably I think all of you can contribute to it. Dharmendra, we want to go for it?
Yeah, so see, you go to any e-commerce site and on any online shopping site today, and if you've ever done some kind of a browsing, your browsing behavior enough is able to capture you, give you a personalized catalog per se. If not the personalized experience on the delivery side, at least on the catalog side, you'll start seeing very personalized. Once you complete the shopping, then there is another set of personalization that's being added to it. Every time you come to that site again and again, a lot of data is being churned and analyzed, and the entire algorithm becoming in such a way that you see a completely different site than somebody else sitting next to you. So that kind of a personalization digitally has been achieved. On the offline market, still there is a long way to go on creating lot, and offline is actually totally personalization. The staff knows you, or staff interact with you, understand with you, and give you the entire kind of personalization. So if I am able to answer him correctly, the question he is trying to ask, Vishal, the personalization is already in the most of the e-commerce site. There are available plugin tools and AI layers which are available. You can add simply on your website, whether you're using Shopify, Magento, or PHP. You can add those tools and you can get those personalization in jiffy. As in, it's a learning mechanism. The machine will keep on learning and keep on creating those catalogs and keep throwing to on the screens. But eventually, it's available, easily available right now, and it's already achieved in most of the e-commerce places.
Maybe I think this Zubin question, I think like Sunil already talked about AI in marketing, focus areas, quick wins. So probably Sunil, if you can just like maybe just back.
So, I mean, just to be candid, Zubin, I think we have used AI in a product development, as I was sharing one of the experience where we have done AI-based solution for one of the product related. With respect to marketing, I think we are still work in progress, to be candid with you. The broad idea here is, when you work with, let's say from a B2B kind of an angle, I'm just giving you a much more easier case. You have, what should I say, there are multiple levers that you have that you can operate with, right? It could be incentives, it could be discounts, it could be a product upgrade, it could be some kind of a branding effort, it could be a digital marketing effort. So there will be at least around 20 to 30 parameters which will be there, which will be affecting the movement of a sale in any particular retailer kind of a case, right? And what happens is, you can always do a simple regression or a simple analytics for one particular parameter. Okay, does this branding give me effect or no? Does this activity give me effect, yes or no? Increasing my discount, does it help me increase my sale, yes or no? Such kind of simple analytics can always be done with a simple Excel kind of a thing. But when you really try to understand what exactly is happening and what we do today is also, even the clustering part is done manually, right? We decide, okay, this belongs to this particular age group, cluster based on age group, persona. All these are human intervention based. But the day of tomorrow, which I'm pretty confident in 3-4 years will be there, is the system will cluster intelligently do it. There are many, at least 7-8 AI machine learning models which can be put up. There are a lot of new age startups and companies who work on these particular areas. So you just throw the unstructured data, and the effort is in data cleaning and getting the right set of data. Once you have that, the system will start developing a model which you train and which you'll eventually deploy to understand the weightage of each of the efforts for each particular cluster of customers. So this complex mathematics can be solved to a certain definite extent. So this is the approach. Quick win, I don't know. I don't have any quick answer for that. But yeah, this is work in progress and many companies have done it. In fact, what Ashish was talking about, one of the US, apparel manufacturer, it's a pretty renowned one. Even I don't want to share the name of this platform, but in fact, they got their entire creative team out and they got an entire algorithm based, input based on Pinterest, Instagram, Facebook, all the social media data was taken into churn out, and today the apparel models are coming out based on the AI data which is fed to the brand managers, right? So it's limitless. There are companies, you can always definitely explore, and definitely India is a hotbed. I mean, India is doing pretty well in AI. I am sure. I think even Mukesh Ambani had told that we are ready for a bigger leap in AI/ML.
Okay, great. So I think the last question was from Pranay. It was more actually on how can you market on Alexa or Google Home. So maybe I think it's a very use case you need to define that what you want to achieve from that piece of equipment, because many a time right now, people are actually using it more for service. Suppose if I have an order ID and I want to know where the order is lying, and some of the sales related stuff, pretty basic is actually happening. But I think it's a good if someone can just evaluate more on the use cases and then take this decision. I think we are now coming to the end of this session. Thanks everyone for contributing to making this session very interesting, and thanks audience also. I will give back now this to Priyanka.
Yes, sir.
Priyanka?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for esteemed panelists for the rich discussion. Now we have another panel discussion. Hello.
Okay, thanks Priyanka. Thanks everyone. So we
Thank
are
you so much,
thank you.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Tanaya. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mahendra.
Ashish. Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody. Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, leaders, for the
Ashish.
great discussion. Thank you, leaders.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sandeep. Bye. Thanks for having us here. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Ashish.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, Priyanka.
Good afternoon, Priyanka. We can hear you.
Yes. Now we are about to start a second panel, that is I over V, the marketing mantra for the change world. Here I call moderator Mr. Rakesh Dubey from Shubh Lakshmi, Harshit Agarwal from Muthoot Papachan Group, Prativa Satpathy from Jess India, Gaurav Chitak from BNP Paribas, and Siddharth Gupta from Credible. Now I request Mr. Rakesh Dubey from Shubh Lakshmi can start the session.
I think we have lost Rakesh. He will be back. Yeah. I think let's wait for him.
Priyanka, if you can change the slide, I think is the same slide, or I think you should change it to the current one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, Rakesh. You can start the call.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. With me, Gaurav is there, Siddharth, Kavita, and Harshit. We have introduced ourselves on the WhatsApp group, but would be good if we would be also introducing ourselves during the conversation. As for myself, I have been a microfinance practitioner in last 23, 24 years. Built a company here in India and abroad as well, and then left microfinance this June and started working in SME space. Now thinking of doing something else. Let's see, that's what will happen to future. But anyway, that's a short introduction from myself. Coming back to the topic which we have been given is a very interesting topic, and I think it's confusing, tough, very, very tough topic that one has to be while talking to understand that's how the things has to be given in terms of prospects. That's what is I, what is we, because I got also confused that while defining the we and I, what should be during the marketing. And I got clarified that's with the Sandeep, that's what do you understand exactly from we and I in the marketing, because so he clarified, but certainly I know that you guys are much more having experience in the marketing, so you would be giving more light on that. To me, marketing has a 3-4 things. Just generally, that's advertisement is a part of the marketing, but who is the audience? Who is going to make the decision? What are the environment ecosystem he's into that? Why he would be making decisions? What is the need, desire? So many words are there and jargons are there, which one can see in the marketing. But given the COVID situation, I think that things have changed a lot, and things were in process of changing. But in the last 4-5 months, things have changed drastically. Customers are not coming to the stores, which the biggest stores are being closed down. I've heard that in Europe and America, that's stores which were working for the last 200 years, they are about to close. In India as well, malls are kind of footfalls are got reduced. So things are changing. That's in terms of customer perspective. So if we start this conversation, that's in that given scenario, how we are going to approach to that first key point, that's I over we. That's how we are going to approach that thing. I think that's a construct of the meeting, or that this discussion should be like that. Each person should be giving 5 minutes on each topic, and then 15 minutes we should be having for the discussion and Q&A. So 5 minutes, at 4 to 5 minutes, one can have his opinion, and that we can go by question and question to each person. So that if it is okay to you all. So we can start with the Pratibha, that's how, and then the Siddharth is there, and Siddharth, and then Harshit, and the Gaurav.
Hi everybody, and thank you so much, Rakesh, for the quick introduction to put the context to the topic. And I'm glad to be among the valuable panel here. And the topic that I over we in marketing, I think it's when we do marketing, we always think having a club of audiences, having the team. So marketing, as you rightly said, it's very vast and very broad. We cannot do marketing when we consider only about us, because we have to integrate with so many stakeholders, not only internally as well as externally, whether it is our target audience, whether it is our internal. We have to work in tandem with each other. But we are today in a situation and scenario where individual contribution is very, very important. Like what exactly you are contributing towards an activity or towards the overall goal that your business has. And how you can define that. It's always good and great to say that it's a team effort, and the team has worked together to brought out an impact or bring an impact to a marketing campaign you're doing. But from an individual point of view, when you as an individual with your market skills, with your understanding of the market scenarios, how are you putting things forward, either to drive or to execute things? I think that is something which has been more important this particular day and these particular days, and that is where personal branding is extremely important. So when we talk about personal branding, I think there are many thought leaders you find on LinkedIn who have developed their own personal brands and have given a lot of pointers how you can actually develop personal brand of yourself. But it is high time that we should look at ourselves to understand what are the strategies which is going to work for us, rather than just simply tick marking, okay, this is something, check. Point number 2, check. It's not like that, because you as an individual is very different than somebody else as an individual, and the way somebody else networks is very different than you network. Today's time we are hearing a lot of benefits of, people are preaching about networking. As an individual, I believe networking is not about how many contacts you have or followers you have on your LinkedIn or any other social media or channels you have are present, but it is more about how much influence you have on the audiences or the network that you are connected with. And are you being valuable to that network? Because why somebody will trust you or why somebody will follow you is only when you give at least small amount of value to the content you are sharing, to the to the discussions you are driving. So I believe that is where the real impact of a personal brand is there. And if you would have seen recently, LinkedIn has published a list of top 10 LinkedIn voices, and I am following almost 5 to 6 of them. And I see the beauty that these influencers have is the conversation they're driving on the topic. They're having a thought and they're nicely drafting that thought into a text format or a video format, either way. So one thing is, if you are thinking and you are not able to translate it into the output format, the audience in front of you is not imbibing what you are trying to say. The same thing in marketing, like we conceptualize something, when you put to the market, the audience accept it in a different way or maybe the right way. So personal branding it's similar to that. It's about marketing yourself. And your strength, if you're not very good in translating your thought into text or video, then what else can be your strength to put out? Like I, as an individual, first of all, I don't have time, but that's not an excuse to build a personal brand. If it is a priority, that should be given forefront, that, okay, every day or every week, I need to post something from my mind. So first of all, your priority should be there. And then what are you posting? You need to do a little bit of research on the current affairs, on the current topics that is trending, and then put your thought process into it. There will be always a tribe who will think similar to the way you are thinking. So here we're not trying to impress a very broad audience. Here we are trying to fetch out those audiences who resonate with the thought process. And that is where the initial stage of brand building happens, individual brand. And to be very honest, I want to put my strong step forward for personal branding, which I'm not yet doing pretty actively and honestly, obediently, in fact. But yes, it's high time that we marketers as individuals, we need to sell our brand, that what we can do and what worth we have. It's kind of your net worth. So one point I would like to tell, you don't look at the number of followers you have. It's more about your content and whether people are engaging with your content. Now, engagement can be done in many ways. Like comments and shares are pretty, obvious things. And people can put you direct messages. People can follow you on other channels where you are. Those are also indications that there is a tribe who is in sync with what you're trying to say.
So Siddharth, as Pratibha said, that and I also mentioned that this topic has two phases. One phase is that's who is doing the marketing, individual or we, which was the kind of discussion she has taken. But to whom we are doing the marketing, for whom? That's individual or that's for family or we. So it has two phases, in fact. If you are doing the marketing for the individual, how we are going to see that, and that's if we are doing the marketing for the we as a family, as a group. So I think that's we would like to know on your thoughts on that, given that thoughts was and that who is doing the marketing on the personal branding or that's the group branding, and then we are coming to that who should be the audience on.
Absolutely. So thanks Rakesh for the introduction, and thanks Pratibha for your insights. And of course, thank you Sandeep and Priyanka from the Alden team for inviting me to be a part of this esteemed panel. A couple of things before I come to your question, Rakesh, and I would like to echo Pratibha's thoughts on, marketing is not something like one size fits all kind of approach ever, right? I mean, it's not about just ticking the boxes and doing XYZ and, you will get XYZ results, right? So therefore, that is something I completely agree with you, Pratibha, because marketing is more custom oriented towards your product, towards your offerings, right? And talking about I over we, right? It's something that is very specific to what is core to the essence of an organization, is something that I would believe, right? For us, right? I mean, let's talk about from where we come from, right? As Credible, right? We are a supply chain finance focused fintech, right? Now, supply chain finance is not something which is a predominantly very well known concept in India as such, right? same, like I was talking the other day to a founder of a cryptocurrency startup, right? Cryptocurrency still is in nascent stages in India, right? So when it comes to I over we, I think again the specific answer to that also varies to what is more important from your product perspective or from your organization perspective, right? Now, when I say that, right, and now coming to your question, Rakesh, as to how would you typically look at marketing for an individual versus how you would look at marketing for a family, right? I think this goes back to your basics of marketing, right? I mean, wherein how would you identify your target audience in the first place, right? That is the first primary thing that you would ideally want to identify when you are trying to look at doing marketing or personal branding for your product, right? And I would split this across three things, right? And we were discussing this over WhatsApp in our earlier discussions, right? That Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z, right? Who are your typical target audiences when it comes to an individual, right? As again as credible, right? Our typical audiences are Gen X and Gen Y, right? Who are basically your people, those who have in the age bracket of, let's say, anywhere from 25 all the way to 55, 60, right? Because these are the ones who will essentially need financing options, right? However, the target audience to Gen Z doesn't also decline at the same time, right? To be very honest, right, Gen Z, who is basically all your teenagers to your young folks who are just graduating from colleges, they are very specific to your organization, though they might not be your target audience in terms of your product. I think they are very important when it comes to building your brand as a company or as an entity, right? Because these are the ones who will actually evangelize much more about your product, about your offerings, about your brand. And of course, these are the ones who are your future target customers or your future hires in your organization, right? And therefore, to each segment, right, as I said, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, today we do a specific targeted approach, right? For example, I'm sure all of us use social media channels to do marketing, right? And we use LinkedIn essentially primarily for our B2B kind of marketing, where you want to target specific people or specific entities from a professional network perspective. And when we have to look at something more from an employee friendly perspective or more from building a brand perspective, that is where you would positively use Facebook or Instagram, right? So that is essentially how I would scale from a marketing perspective and trying to reach out my target audiences, right? So I would classify my individuals first as to which type of entity they would be in, or what kind of value do they bring to us as an organization, and I would target my marketing strategies based on that, right? So that's from an individual perspective. Coming to the second question as to how would I look at it from a family perspective, is again going back across your broad level marketing terms versus like we have heard these common terms like above the line and below the line when it comes to marketing strategies, right? So therefore, when it comes to targeting families or wider groups of audiences, I would say that looking at broader spectrums of marketing, right, wherein you look at doing a wider audience reach, doing these mass email campaigns, or sometimes doing a newspaper ad campaign or a TV ad campaign, depending on what is your marketing budget and whatever you are comfortable doing with, or specifically, when it comes to B2B business segments again, then maybe sponsoring wide conferences or having being participating in events, right? So that is something that is more from a group oriented approach versus an individual target specific thing that you're doing. And that is something that I would suggest more from a family based marketing perspective. So that's my 2 cents, Rakesh, from an individual and a family perspective.
Thank you, Siddharth. It's coming to Gaurav. Gaurav is from the Sher Khan. Marketing mantra, one of the point is there that's to give them information and excite. And it's to make them knowledgeable and excite them so they can come and buy your product or use your product. So how it gets changed while, the same question is the same, that's I over we. But this is one of the crux of the marketing. That's how you see, Gaurav, that's given your experience, particularly in company like Sher Khan and Financial World, which is generally people are sitting distant, and the money is the product, and people can know the losses in a fraction of a second. They can have losses, they can have a profit. So it's not that you are using for another 1 year, so you know that. It's a very different kind of marketing in this approach. How do you see that?
So thanks, Rakesh. Thanks for the introduction. And I think I've also pondered over this subject that I over the V, and probably first I thought why this is important, right? Why we are discussing it right now, right? What has changed? So what in my perspective, I talk about it generally, what has happened is I think marketing is no more that you make a fancy creative and put it across and that is your brand. I think there has to be lot of a resemblance between brand, business, and the behavior, right? What I say to the customer, my business should reflect that, and it should reflect in the behavior of the business as well as of the people. That's what actually builds the brand. And when it has to be reflected, then it has to be reflected across the organization, and that's where this personal branding and everything start coming into the play. Because of the digital world, now on a fraction of a second, you can know who is who, right? Probably you can know the entire organization, right? Who is working where, who is doing what. So particularly if a brand stands and do a marketing campaign or do something communication to a customer and say we stand for this, I'm sure the people behind it, people want to know what they actually stand for, right? For if you are, let's say, a fitness brand or a finance brand, right? Do you really think about it? Do you really sleep, dream about it, and so on and so forth? And because of the social media and all, people are able to see the actual person behind the brand. That's why it has become very, very important, or rather, it is changing. Though marketing as a department is or a function is about people, it's about others. It is more about we. The other panelists also talked about it that it is about it has to dependent on so many other functions, and it is also about understanding the consumer behavior, and so on and so forth. But because of social media and because of the brand, business, and behavior need to align, I think there has been lot of emphasis that how a particular leadership looks like on a social media, how they interact, and probably their entire life is under scrutiny. Probably your customers are day in day out seeing that. That's why it is a very, very important aspect these days. How the I part or the people behind a brand, their personality comes out, and I think the new generation is liking that, and that's why there is so much of emphasis that. We also, rather than just talking about we also talk about the I behind the brand. And when you talked about the marketing mantra and probably how I go about it or what should one do it, I think the best answer to it is uh, my mantra would be, if I give it a word, it would be test and learn. I think it is very, very easy. If you want to, let's say, are inclined, you can write well. Probably a Quora could be a good platform for you to start. Maybe you start writing on a Quora and you start getting feedback on a real time basis. How many people are reading it, what people are saying, what is happening, and so on and so forth. So, on a real time basis, you are also getting feedback from the end users or consumer of the content. And the more you test and learn, I think the better you become over a period of time. So I think if you ask me from the mantra perspective, I think it is going to be test and learn. And it has to be now marketing is just not one function. I think marketing is uh, responsibility of I think the entire leadership team of any brand or any company. So I think if I was have to give a mantra, it would be test and learn and probably improve every day and be very consistent. It's not that okay today I will go on a particular platform and I will do something and probably after 3 months for next 3 months I will not do anything. It has to be very, very slow, consistent approach where we don't fake anything. We are very authentic. We are original because fake will not work. It has to come what we stand for, maybe what we are most comfortable about, or whatever we have done in our past, what we have an opinion about a particular topic. So it cannot be fake. It has to be very, very authentic, and it has to be very, very consistent. That's my take on this.
So, thanks, Gaurav. Coming to Harshit, He comes from the Muthoot group, from Karp and Papacha group. And generally, that's a Muthoot group advertisements has been very interesting whenever I see on television or something like that. So, but while again coming to the same topic, that's I over we, being a financial company, a financial institution, how you plan your marketing, which is being given more weight, I or that's a we in your especially your uh, kind of nature of work. Your voice is hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Harshit. Hello, Harshit.
Hello, I'm audible now.
Yeah, now you're audible.
I'm so sorry about this
No,
glitch.
that's fine.
Yeah, so we as Muthoot, we have been following this topic for a very long time, and it's great that I am the part of this panel. I'm so thankful to you guys for inviting us. See, marketing or say personal branding has seen a drastic push, and it is not just happening because of because of COVID, but the need of ownership and the excellence has taken up by the young marketers like anything. And this is where I totally agree with Gaurav's point of view also, because it has started with young marketers and eventually taken up by the larger organizations, taken up by the founders and co-founders of biggies like Kotak and others. Previously, if you guys agree with me, whenever we used to see a great TV commercial or a paper advertisement, we used to say that, hey, it's a very wonderful ad, and who and which brand has done it? Okay, this is done by this FMCG brand or not, or what? But now we actually talk about who is the director behind, who is the brand manager, which company, and more than which company, we actually talk about which brand manager and which agency or which director has done it. So it has given a great push from both the public as well as individual side, that personal branding is slowly taking over your brand personality. Hence, behind doing anything new, the marketing is not just a brand or a product, but it is also about your personal reputation. So whatever young marketers are doing, they know that, okay, it is attached with certain kind of reputation which they have built over the period of time. And thanks to their new age internet platforms like LinkedIn and Instagram, which has given lot of opportunities to these micro and macro thought leaders to come forward and speak about their brands, speak about what all stories they have done so far, what all campaigns they have done so far. I know a lot of directors who are who have uh, uh, they have done they completed their professional journey, having spent 20-30 years odd in different big agencies, and they have started doing their own micro blogging on LinkedIn and talking about all the nostalgic and all the campaigns that they have done so far, just to make their own personal branding, so that they can get some value out of it in terms of more revenues, or they can give more values to the companies, like any startups, any new company which is hunting for a new agency. And this is also felt by the recruiters. In Muthoot, what we have done, Rakesh, now is whenever we are recruiting, on VPN above levels, we actually tend to see their LinkedIn profiles, and if they are, active on Instagram, we ask them for their Instagram ID and see what kind of content they are doing, how many followers they have. Of course, it is not a very strict mandate to share, but this is something which is coming up, as one of the selecting matrices. Yeah. So employee with great brand, great personal branding is valuable for organizations also in that sense. Because why we do that? Because we know that if a person who is joining with a great network, he can create a new ecosystem within Muthoot or within whatever company he's working with. He can bring more vendors with him. He brings in a lot of value, which is outside the revenue, which is outside just a piece of marketing campaign or something like that. So, in a nutshell, the branding is not just about the company that you are working from or the ecosystem you're coming from. It's about your personal relationship, also the kind of network that you have, and that helps you in creating a own ecosystem and new relationships, which can go a very, very long way. And that is where your target audience also come into the picture, Rakesh and team. So for me, my target audience for my personal branding can be people across digital media or say BFSI industries. But for Muthoot, as a company, the TG can totally be different. It is for Muthoot or for the likes of Muthoot, it is personality of a BFSI, which is the most trustworthy BFSI brand when it comes to your gold loans. And we want to establish this personality in the eyes of people from the bottom end of the pyramid, such as lower middle class people, laborers, kirana stores, etc. So, the importance of personal branding, the importance of I keep on tend to change with people to people, with brand to brand, and personality to personality, because this is the world uh, of uh, of lot of players in each industry. There's no product differentiation. There is nothing great that you are giving as a product value to the customers. What you are giving is value beyond it. What you are giving to your customers or to your employees or to your vendors or to friends is the commitment, and that commitments come from your personal brand.
Thank you, Harshit. Coming to the next section of the discussion, where we would talk about the leadership. Basically, if I understand that marketing is a kind of job, or our job is to make change. I mean, that's to connect people, to interact with them, and to encourage them where they are, so they should move from there ahead. So that's kind of phenomena which a marketer brings in. And being a best leader, what are your thoughts, Pratibha, on this, especially being individual, being a company, whatever. Leader could be company, leader could be individual as well.
Yeah, thanks for this question. I think this was something which was hovering in my mind this moment. Marketing as an individual and company, I think they are complementing to each other nowadays. And it's more about it's also influencing that how influential the individual who is driving the marketing activity is. And in connection to personal branding, if let's say nowadays if we'll be seeing, there are very frequent announcement of the CMOs or digital marketing heads who are joining the organizations. Why? Because they want to emphasize on the individual who has joined a specific role, and that certainly has a leverage on the both the marketing of the organization as well as on the individual. And when, let's say, a specific campaign or a specific video goes viral, people definitely try to, identify who's the man behind it, whether it is an individual, whether it is an agency, but people normally try to see who is the man or the brain behind it. And as some of our esteemed panel has rightly said, the youngsters who are coming into the marketing field and the way they're doing marketing, be it is a marketing in an entirely different gamut. Like if you look 5 years before, when marketing was done mostly centered around your products and services, nowadays marketing is done mostly on the social aspects. If you remember the latest video that's come from Facebook, it was completely around the doing good and better for others. And that kind of brand lift is also highly connected to the individual who is conceptualizing these kind of marketing campaigns. I think they are always complementing to each other. Individual who is driving the marketing activities for a specific organization. And it can't go, in parallel direction. They have to merge. Like an individual is doing marketing activity for X company. The same individual, when hired or is joining another company, or he is starting on his own, he always carries the cream of the personal branding he would have created in the organization. So I can say it's complementing, and it's also a platform for the individuals to prove themselves that what actually you can do to improve your brand as well as the marketing impact on your organization.
Thank you, Pratibha. Coming to Siddharth, to you with the same question, that as a leader, if you have to have certain qualities, or that's if you want to see some leaders, so-called leaders, probably that's we may name or we may not name them. How do you see that? Why they are the leaders?
Right.
Because that's time and energy and money everybody has. That we have a specific leaders in the, and we call them marketing guru. Why we say them?
Right. I think that's a very interesting question, Rakesh. And again, I would like to point out to the fact that, I think that is what these leaders essentially have been doing really well, right? The I over we mantra is something I think they have expertised on right now. And they have been building a personal brand out, right? And they've, what I have seen, right, with effective leaders is essentially they are not very restricted to the kind of a domain they want to talk about, right? Or they're not very restricted to the kind of social media channel that they want to use to work with what they are offering, or whatever their philosophies are. I would see a marketing guru as active on Facebook as they are active on LinkedIn, or even active on a lot of other channels nowadays, right? Of course, right now TikTok is banned, but I've seen so many other people using TikTok as a channel for marketing as well, right? That was a completely new thing that came out in the market, which none of us who have been there in the marketing domain for years and years are not really used to, right? And that is how you quickly change and adapt, right? And that is, I think, a very essential skill which a lot of these marketing leaders come up with, right? And that is basically, how do you adapt to your changing environment? Another great example of that would be how the situations have changed during COVID-19 for all of us across everyone in all of our entities, the organizations that we work with. I'm sure the marketing tactics that we were using 9 months ago were not the same that we deployed during the course of the COVID period, right? So again, adapting and changing and adapting yourself to what is the requirement basis your market scenario is, I think, something very, very necessary from a marketing guru that I have been seeing that marketing gurus come up with, right? The second thing, as I said, is how you utilize different mediums effectively, and not just stick to one medium and grow your proportions, grow yourself proportionately over there. It's something that I've been seeing that as a quality across marketing gurus as well, right? A lot of the times that I also see effectively, and of course, not naming those companies, right? The CXOs of a lot of big organizations, right? In fact, they have a dedicated marketing team just to handle the social media channels of these CXOs, right? It's primarily because they know what needs to be done, right? They know what are the kind of responses in every kind of a situation that comes, right? Because
Hello.
Hello.
I think.
Yeah. So I think we can go to. I think that we can come to you once Siddharth joins. That will take his views on that. To me, but sometimes I feel that those are the marketing leaders. They are having some kind of personality cult, and whether they are successful or not, that's how you define them. Same question is in
See,
different way.
yeah.
I'm asking. Sorry, Siddharth, that's since you dropped
No
down.
worries. I'm so sorry. I had an internet glitch. Please go ahead, Gaurav. Yeah.
No, Siddharth, I think you can finish the point you had and then we can continue.
Yeah. So you finish the point and then.
Yeah, so I was just saying the last point that I was like bringing out about was, how these CXOs of big organizations have a dedicated marketing team to respond to specific scenarios, right? Because you could have all kind of audiences who are coming and writing a social media post, right? Social media has become so powerful in today's world, right? Any XYZ person could come and tag the CXO leader of that particular organization and say that, you know what, I didn't have a great experience with your service, right? And having the right response to that is very necessary, and that is why these CXO leaders have a dedicated marketing team who handle all their social media channels, right? So that is something that, again, what I wanted to bring about from a leader perspective, how their marketing strategies are handled when it comes to really large organizations, and specifically when they are a very big brand. So those are my 3 cents on the piece, Rakesh.
Okay, thank you. Gaurav.
Okay, so Rakesh, I think you were asking that some people have this cult kind of the status among a particular set of people. So in my view, I think if I talk about specifically for today, but I'm sure leaders has been always there, and every in all organization or various phases of society, there are certain people at certain point in time they have that cult status. But if I talk about today's digital world, definitely there are some leaders who have that cult status on digital world. But I think they are they invest very heavily on it to it, right? First thing is maybe first they have to be authentic. If they are good in playing soccer, they will say I'm good in playing soccer. But if they are good in playing hockey, they will say I'm good in playing hockey. If they are bad in playing soccer, they will say I'm bad in playing hockey. It's very difficult when you are at a leadership position to accept your flaws and also accept yourself. So first is that. Second is, as Siddharth also mentioned, they have a team who can help them out and so on and so forth. But that again also take a quantum leap of faith that I give my LinkedIn account to some people, right, or maybe a team to manage it and to respond on my behalf, or maybe they write on my platform. If somebody asks me question related to my business, I'm able to answer that or maybe give them that liberty. So they have to be very heavily invested in that. Maybe somebody may do it for them, but to start with, it's their face. They have to be personally very get involved into it. It's not a function of a month. I'm sure it takes sometime years from first to start. I personally had been discussing, trying a lot of leaders to come, start saying what they have, because everybody who has reached to a leadership position has some story to tell. But how much comfortable as a personality you are ready to share your story. Second, when there is a conversation happening, how much ready you are to go into that conversation, because it's very open world and any question, anything can come. So people who have achieved that kind of a cult status, in my view, they have they had been authentic. B, they had been heavily invested into this. Definitely, there has been a lot of brickbats they may have received, lot of uh, difficult situations they may have landed themselves because of that. But they remained steady and consistent, and over a period of years, I'm sure they have reached to that kind of a cult status, if we may want to call it that way. That's my view in a digital world. I think that's how one has to, but has to. It requires a lot of patience, maybe one platform at a time. You cannot be at Facebook as well as on LinkedIn as well as on Quora. So maybe you choose what matches your personality and then probably take it forward from there. So it's very consistent and a personal approach one has to take through it. That's my view on this.
Thank you, Gaurav. So coming to you, Harshit, there are two advertisements which and people, they love them. That's one is that from Amul and another is from Pidlite. That's a Fevicol. And these are the successful ads. Whenever they come, that we watch with love and affection. How heavy is to keep your success uh, in a continuous mode, that you keep getting success with your ads, being a marketing guru, or that's keeping a brand, being a leader. Again, that's I'm coming to that. Whoever is the individual or the company, if they are leader, how heavy is to keep that success along with them? Is a kind of burden, or they enjoy that, or a kind of that the risk of failure they could lost into the word? How do you see that?
See, the brands such as Amul and Fevicol that you just mentioned, definitely they are the leaders in their markets, in their categories, and it is very very difficult to stay as a leader, not in just a product category but also on advertisements. So how no matter how many competition brands come in the industry of butter and cheese and also in other sales, Fevicol and Amul will always be remembered as one of the giants because of the cult advertisements that they have done in so many years. And it is very very difficult to maintain and manage. I can tell you very honestly. But at the same time, one interesting fact is that such brands always leave a legacy to continue to follow. Once the product differentiation or the brief is closed by X management some 30, 40 years, it would remain the same for at least next 30 to 40 more years. Hence, whoever the new brand manager joins these companies, new marketer or new agency work on it, they will always be binded with certain legacy, and 80 to 90% of their new work will also be carrying the same stuff. Hence, I would like to say it's difficult to manage, but if legacy is attached to it, it makes very easy to continue from the marketing side. Also, the two brands that you mentioned, they were working with one single agency for many decades, and in those agencies, the key account manager, the assistant manager who was managing that account, became the CEO of the same agency, working with the same brands. Here this is where the personal relationship, the personal branding comes to the picture, and we know which agency I'm talking about, and the personality who made Fevicol what it is today. So once that person moved from that agency to another agency, definitely the Fevicol or its sub brands have also moved with him. So the points which I'm trying to connect over here are: one, legacy, and second thing again, personal branding and relationship work with these legacy brands also.
Thank you. So we are in the last segment of our discussion, and I think that's my request is to talk about that's how and what changes COVID is going to bring into the marketing. That's one, and second, that's because of the current scenario and seeing the future competition or future changes, what innovation one has to incorporate in next 2 to 3 years, particularly seeing that what is changing so fast. So these two questions, I think that we can take in the last segment, and each should spend around 3 minutes, I think, and then 5-7 minutes for the question and answer if it is required. Otherwise, we'll close the session. So we can start with the Pratibha.
Yeah, thanks for this question again. The situation that we are into currently is very unpredictable. We really don't know how next 6 months or 3 months are going to be. But if the current situation continues for over a long period of time, from marketer point of view, I think this is a very good time to invest on your personal branding, enriching yourself with the new and novel ways of doing marketing. Be more socially responsible when you're doing marketing, and building your own community. These are the very important things that this is high time. This is the right time for marketers to adopt to improve the personal branding. Moving ahead, what kind of new platforms or maybe new ways to do marketing will come up. It is always experimental. Nobody can say, let's say TikTok, when it started, we were never expecting it to be such a platform where youngsters will hover around and it will be a huge community or platform to reach out to the Gen Y or Gen Z audiences. But then later, when it has started growing, then marketers became active to tap the possibilities that TikTok and platforms like TikTok can provide. So I think we have to be very alert and to understand which kind of platforms are coming up. What can be a future? I mean, it is always a kind of sixth sense for individuals to sense, okay, this is where probably the industry is going towards, or this is probably where the platforms are moving towards. For example, audio. The podcast, 3-4 years before, we used to think it's going to be very big, the audio format of content. But unfortunately, in India, so far, we are not seeing podcast having picked up. So it is always experimental. But I can say for some kind of industries, businesses, podcast in India itself is working. So it's always experimental. We have to keep our eyes and ears open about new things coming up. Even also the consumer behavior, the way consumers are changing their behavior, the buying patterns, the decision making process. I think we have to be very alert on those things, and these can be the topics also to write about or share about within the audiences to improve our own personal branding. And that's all I can say from my side, because the future is highly unpredictable. It is always experimental.
So, coming to you, Siddharth.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks, Rakesh. Pratibha absolutely agreed with you. I mean, the future is so unpredictable, especially in these times, which none of us would have ever imagined seeing, right? As I said earlier, the marketing strategies that we used 9 months ago are not what we do right now, right? So, and it continues to be so, right? We do not know how the next 3 months will be, how the next 6 months will be. Some news channels say that Q1 is when things will come back to normal, when you will have a vaccine coming in. Some people say it's Q2, some people say it's Q3, right? You really don't know who to believe at this point of time, right? So you can't really prepare yourself and try to identify, what will work for you 3 months from now or 6 months from now. But having said that, I mean, I feel that innovation actually would always lie and should be focused around understanding your customer, right? As long as you understand your target audience and you understand what their needs are, what their requirements are, and how are those requirements changing with time, capturing that and trying to change yourself according to that is where the crux of any innovation lies, according to me, right? For example, you would have heard of, there are focus groups and there are specific studies that people do to identify, what kind of things their target audiences do, right? I mean, you would want to know, let's say, what's their daily routine like, what kind of phone they are using, what kind of apps do they spend time on, what things do they watch on TV, right? What are their hobbies, right? And you do all of these things while trying to understand your specific TG, right? And this is something I think is very important, and trying to gather data points regarding this, right? I mean, we hear a lot of things about how technology is becoming an enabler right now, right? Using data analytics, using a lot of these new age machine learning and AI technologies, having understanding people's responses through chat bots, right? All of these are in a way to try to identify what your customer behavior is like, right? And focusing your marketing approach based on your customer behavior is what I would say is where innovation in marketing should actually lie in. So that's my view on it, Rakesh.
Thank you, Siddharth. Goroji.
So we used to say that we are living in a VUCA world, but I think because of COVID, it's like a VUCA on steroid, right? So it's very, very difficult to anybody to say that what is in future, but definitely every industry has taken a very different kind of hit, and it is going to be a new world once the COVID is over, right? It's not, for example, let's say if I talk about the investment in a brokerage industry, a lot of people have come. Maybe travel and hospitality may have seen a very, very different kind of impact, but maybe for investment industry, maybe a lot of people are coming out and they want to invest and they want to do a lot of stuff. Maybe they have more time, or I don't know, they are at home. Could be various reasons. So it is changing a lot, right? And I think when this get over, I don't think so. It is going to get over ever, right? It is going to be a very different world. So I think post COVID, when things probably this lockdown and other things, and maybe we have a vaccine or something in place, probably when we reach out to our offices, maybe we don't have to go to our offices just 5 days a week. Maybe you can work from anywhere. Because all of these things are going to happen, that means the industry I am in, whichever industry I'm in, my customer and consumer is also changing. His behavior, his pattern, everything is going to change. And we all have to wait and watch and see what happens, and have to be very, very agile. So, and the second part of your question is what one should do and what is the any trend or anything one should invest in. I think first thing one can right now try to invest in how your organization, wherever it is, whichever industry it is in, wherever the digital journey or wherever it is in its own journey, you should look at how from idea to execution time can be less, because once the new normal comes in, I think we all would be compelled, because our customers will change, how fast we can change and address those customers needs and wants fast, based on the behavior change which is going to definitely happen in our customers and consumers. So I think one thing in any organization I would definitely recommend, look at which are the things which stops us from idea to execution, which takes a lot of time, how we can remove those bottlenecks and probably can go to market fast, and see whether those ideas are customer responding to, or if are not responding, maybe what next we can do. I think culture of experimentation can help once maybe we are over with this COVID scenario. So that's my view on the COVID and probably what one can do.
Thanks, Gauraji. Harshit, the same question to you. That's how we are preparing in the COVID, and then the question is that's what innovation we should be having in near future, given the current scenario.
Yeah, sure. So there's no doubt that COVID has impacted a lot of lives, and the kind of issue it has created across the industries and people is is unimaginable. But at the same time, in my point of view, COVID has also given us a lot of time to do our homework right, and not just from companies or brands point of view, but also from personal standpoint. We have got enough time to upskill ourselves and learn new things. If you are a traditional marketer, you were given a good time of 7 to 8 months to learn digital, to learn AI, chatbots, etc. Whatever it's going right in your particular field. So it's for the organizations like us. We have invested a lot on technology during these 2 quarters. We are making sure that okay, once we are up and running again, when people resume office again, when shopkeepers are opening their spaces again, we have to be sure that all our loan management systems, our branch infrastructure, our websites, mobile app, AI chatbots, everything is up to the mark. And we had been thinking about this stuff for really, really long time. But COVID, these 7 to 8 months have given us enough time and enough push to take them alive. So these are the two key things which I believe should have been happened right in 9 months. If it is not, we still have at least one or a couple of more quarters to have this homework right. People have lost their jobs, okay, and this is the data is saying that okay, there's a huge amount of job lost happened not in just India but globally. So this upscale and this kind of new learnings would definitely help you survive the wave. And also due to this things, new companies, new industries have set up. Everyone has started selling their stuff on online, on internet. Amazon has its all-time high traffic. They have just started pharmacy a couple of nights back. So a lot of others, a lot of new players are coming to the into the same business of internet, and there are a lot of new jobs are also coming on our ways. It's just that how soon we can upscale ourselves and grab those, and if you are in your existing jobs doing great, it's the time to to have more and more things aligned as per the new knowledge, as per getting your working mechanism in place. And it is not applicable just for marketing department or to marketing fraternity, but everywhere. The finance department has changed themselves a lot. Finance is a department, I guess you guys will be agreeing to us that okay, they won't even pass a bill if they are not in office. But now for last 9 months they have been working from homes. They have got all kind of SAPs and all kind of softwares and ERPs in place so that they can work remotely. If that does not happen, we don't need that kind of finance department, right? So same is happening with legal and all walks of their lives. So yeah, so this is my sense on COVID and the time ahead.
Thanks, Harshit. That's if I have to conclude, that's a discussion before taking two questions from audience. All the in the concluding remark, that's Parvati said that we should be investing into marketing, or that's techniques, or that's whatever is necessary, and platform institution should be platform savvy. That's an adaptability should be there if the new platforms are coming. The same time, Siddharth emphasized on the innovation according to the customer need and way to get the information from the customer by contacting them, by meeting them, whatever the ways one would get the information. The Goro Eco, the same thing that he said that customers will change, is going to be changed. So we have to be more research oriented to get the information, to know the customer, to understand the customer in better way, and then marketing can be done accordingly. Harshit gave some ideas about that as an individual or institution, we should be reskilling ourselves, upskilling ourselves, as we have got a certain amount of time to rethink, rework our strategies, and then move on from here. And the important is that in the nature, we should be very much agile. And that's if the things are coming, how things are coming, because we don't know that's how things are going to be shaped up in next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months time, and how much pain is remained, or the happiness is going to come. Even that's institution, those are involved in vaccine, they are not able to tell that when they are going to bring the vaccine. Still, they are struggling with that. So coming back to the question, there are 2-3 questions are there. That's one question I'm taking from Tarun Jha, and anyone can take that. How to build a result-focused digital marketing in BFSI? One can reply on that. Anyone? The question is that how to build a result-focused digital marketing in BFSI?
Can I take it up?
Sure.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for this, for allowing me to take this question. Actually, I wanted to add one more thing. COVID has also given us, time to, to see digital marketing as one of the most important marketing channels. So, and we felt the importance, and hence we moved a lot of budgets from traditional media, from print, newspaper, and radio to digital this time, to ensure that the business happens as usual, the revenue keeps on coming in. If we are not able to reach the customers through our branches, which were shut for a small time due to lockdown, we ensure that we reach out to our customers through digital channels and tell them that okay, hey, Muthoot FinCorp is there. It's just that our branch are closed for a couple of weeks or month, but your gold is safe with us. You don't have to worry about at all. Come to our websites, come chat with us on social media, chat with us on Facebook, see all the loan details, what is your interest rate, if you want to repay through our app, etc. So digital touch points brought a lot of efficiency in BFSI, a gold loan company like us. That is from the operational point of view. We also did a big campaign with IPL, during the IPL with Royal Challengers Bangalore, which was 80% digital media campaign, and we reached out to potential customers who wanted some business loans to re-establish their shops for Diwali, They wanted to restart their lives during Diwali, and they were not getting business loans from bigger banks, or their credit cards were also maxed out. So they actually came to us through digital marketing. They shared their pains through on our social media handles, on our vernacular landing pages and vernacular chatbots, and we gave them the loan, and not just gold loan, but two-wheeler loans, small business loan, all digitally. So so digital marketing is a great tool to explore. If you're from BFSI, it will bring not just new customers on board at a lower cost, but also may result you in great operational efficiencies. And this operational efficiency will stay for a very, very long time with you if you are from BFSI.
So one question to you, Siddharth, particularly because it's supply chain finance related with. The question is like that asked by Saroj Mishra, that's are you seeing a thrust in the supply chain finance during COVID scenario? And how is marketing enabling the same? Hope you got the question.
Yeah. So thanks, Saroj and Rakesh for this question. So are we seeing a thrust in supply chain finance during COVID scenario? I think absolutely. I think the demand for credit in the market has absolutely increased during the COVID scenarios, because businesses have been impacted in a huge manner, right? So therefore, supply chain finance becomes really critical, because supply chain finance is talking about all legs of the whole entire supply chain when it comes to the operations for any organization, right? It could be your smallest supplier giving you any kind of raw materials. It could go out to all the way to the distributors, retailers that you have out there in the market, right? So every leg is important to your supply chain system, and we have been seeing an absolute thrust as credible in the supply chain finance domain in the past 6 months, right? I mean, the kind of volumes that we were doing through our technology has increased almost 7 times, 8 times as to what it was pre-COVID levels, primarily because of how the need in the market has come out for supply chain finance, right? So that therefore definitely we see an absolute thrust in supply chain finance during COVID scenario. Coming to the second question, how is marketing enabling the same? To be very honest, I think this would be a very cliched answer in terms of what's actually working for us, but the answer is your customer testimonials, right? And that's something that has been working really well for us in these COVID scenarios, because it's something that people relate to, that people connect to, right? And we've been using that very actively to talk about what our success stories are, what our experiences are from our customers and clients, and sharing that across multiple forums, right? I mean, we're reaching out to all our PR agencies who are handling this thing out. They're sharing this across a wider audience as well. So therefore, that is something that is helping us enable this growth or this thrust that we are able to achieve in supply chain finance as a domain, right? So I mean, from a numbers standpoint, I mean, this article was just out a couple of weeks ago. In the COVID scenarios alone, right? I mean, supply chain finance, Credible itself has fused in more than 2,500 crores of liquidity into the market, right? Now that number might be smaller or bigger depending on the size of your organization, but of course, I mean, that is just talking about to a small extent about the kind of need or the thrust that is needed that is coming in the market in supply chain finance right now. So that's my perspective on it.
So there are two more questions. One I'm going to take with Pratibha, and another is Gaurav. So Gaurav would be the last. Pratibha, the question is that I think, does marketing in many channels means you will get more customers and brand recognition? This question was asked to Siddharth, but I'm asking to you because Siddharth was talking about them. What should be the focus on? That's that's if you are marketing through various channels, is going to bring more customers.
Yeah. So this is a very commonly asked question, specifically among the emerging and new marketeers. The answer is no. Marketing is always done. When you understand who is your customer and where is your customer, right? So before you dive into the channel and take a decision on which channel you want to do your marketing, you have to do your own groundwork. It's kind of auditing, kind of little bit of research on who is actual TG. For example, when we were in college studying management, our professor used to do pen profile of a customer. Like you put a chat board, you write, okay, this is my persona A, persona B, and persona C. And maybe you are ending up in identifying 3 to 4 different personas who may buy from you or who can be your potential audiences. Then you have to apply that 80-20 rule, right? Like which persona can give me more volume over the other persona. Even if the persona, every persona can do business with you, but you have to give kind of a weightage. And once you understand that, that is a very fundamental workout you need to do for marketing. And once you understand that, then you evaluate that the persona presence on different channels. Now we're talking about multi-channel approach, whether it's traditional media or digital media. Irrespective of anything, you first need to see where your target audiences are, because you cannot simply say, I want to do exclusive digital marketing, whereas your target audiences are exclusively present on the traditional medium, right? So that will be very, very wrong approach from my point of view. So once you wait, this is my target audience, that this is where they will be present, then you now evaluate based on what are the strengths you have to market on those channels. Then you handpick the platforms and channels as for that. I have seen many marketers, they open accounts, company accounts or organization accounts on all social media platforms, and they hardly post anything. It's just like, you have, you put your hands on something, but you are not doing it. That's kind of a lack of trust kind of activity from a consumer or customer point of view. So you have to only adopt those platforms and be present on those platforms where you think you have strength to be actively present and do marketing on. There's no fanciness in being present everywhere and doing hardly anything there. And then when it's coming to pumping your marketing budget, you have to be very, very careful in terms of what is the goal you were expecting, because each campaign is different. Once you define your goal, then who is your TG, to whom you are going to approach to achieve that goal. Again, based on that, you have to handpick the platforms and then run the campaigns. So on a summary, it is not that if you're present on all the platforms, you will be able to reach out to larger audiences. You will be able to convince larger audiences. It's not like that. It has to be handpicked with the proper research and logic behind, and you have to do marketing on those channels, looking at your strength.
So coming to Gaurav, I'm going to club two questions, Gaurav. One is particularly is asked with you, and another is that's wanted to ask to you. The first question is that how are you using marketing to make more business opportunities in share market? That's one question. Second is do you leverage on AI and analytics for approaching customer? Or it should be the top approach for any of the organization to market? So that's the two questions I'm clubbing in. You have to unmute. Gaurav, you have to unmute.
Okay, sorry. So now I've unmuted myself. So I'm saying thanks Ram and Ritika Jain for asking me this question. So if you really ask me, if you're a digital marketer, there is so much of AI around you. Everything which you are doing, right? Probably if you are doing some campaigns with Google, Google runs on some algorithms. They are classifying. They are doing some classification of the customers. You say, I want to target some affinity, something. All these things are based on AI. Maybe sometimes they use some algorithm to classify customers. That is with Google, with Facebook. So I think the AI and analytics is core of if you're doing something on digital. So that's, I think, anything and everything. I think these days, if you are working with some large partner, whether you are using some DMP or you are using some large media partner to maybe do app marketing, all these things are primarily driven by data and analytics, and definitely behind that, there's a lot of AI engines are working behind it. So I think in today's world, if whether we like it or dislike it, there's so much of AI already around us, right? Second, to answer the question, how we are using marketing to business opportunity and share market, I think I can talk about. See, it's everything in marketing is more customer centric, right? These days, we talk a lot about digital marketing or budget getting shifted to digital, or maybe some marketing teams are just pure digital marketing teams. There is very less offline or anything happening. This is because customers have shifted, whether we like it or dislike it. Maximum of the customers these days maybe are starting their journey from an app, or maybe starting their journey from a mobile phone. That's how the marketeers also has to change. So definitely, in a stock market or any other scenario these days, business opportunities, marketing team has to be customer focused, acquire more customers. So that's the, if I talk about specifically about share market, customer acquisition is critical, because every time you have to acquire new customers so that they come, trade, invest. So marketing team does a very critical role. And how I'm seeing it forward is, maybe in a future there may not be a requirement of a sales team. Maybe in the share market, how e-commerce companies work, maybe you will require less of a sales team who want to go and do hand holding. Major of the work would be done by the marketing team, from maybe from acquisition to advocacy, and this all would be driven by use of data, understanding of the data, maybe understanding of how the AI and other things work. Second question which Ram has also asked, one, what should be one top project? And this was related to AI and analytics. I think one top project on anybody's agenda should be understanding how these things work. I encourage in my team that we have two things probably which I can talk about, because these things are going to come and we all don't understand what these things mean. This is not a magic. So what we do in our team is, there's something called failure budget, and there's very interesting thing where if you want to acquire any skill, it just requires 20 hours. So 20 hours of learning, we challenge team members that why don't you learn something about AI? You have 20 hours, so almost a month. Daily give 1 hour, and probably when you come back, you have understood the subject, you have understood the topic. Maybe you can make some basic, some stuff you can do. At the same time, we also give them some failure budget so that they go out and fail. So I think in somebody's top project related to AI analytics would be to learn. One should go out, start wherever you are. Maybe you don't know what the full form of AI is. Start from there, and slowly and steadily reskill, enhance your knowledge. I think that would be the first project in anybody's mind. So that's what I could.
Thank you, Gaurav. We have exceeded the time. In fact, that's by 15 minutes. What has been allotted to us. So it's a 1.5 hour, 90 minutes discussion among us, and surely that we all have enjoyed. Particularly, I have learned a lot from you guys, and thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Pratibha. Thank you, Harshit. Thank you, Gaurav, and particularly Sandeep and Priyanka. Thank you very much for organizing that conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the leaders to share
Thank you so
your
much.
thoughts.
Thanks, Rakesh. And
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Rakesh,
Thank you,
Pratibha,
panelists.
and Gaurav.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Sandeep, Priyanka.
Have a
Thank
nice
you.
time.
Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone. Now we have third panel for the day, that is staying ahead of the curve in B2B marketing. Here I call moderator Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee from Cron Software Expert, Manoj Nair from Infosys, Amya Swaroop from EY, Rajesh Kumar from UiPath, Kaustubh Chandra from Entity, and Vivian Gomes from CSS Corp. Now I request Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee to start the panel discussion.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all, and welcome to the 23rd Inflection Marketing Web Conference and Awards. I would also like to take this opportunity and convey my congratulations and best wishes to all the award winners who will be getting felicitated in the evening. We have gone through some, riveting thoughts, content and observations from the industry leaders, and I can promise you that our panel discussion will be as engrossing and riveting as the previous sessions. These times have been tough, and most of the organizations have gone through a tremendous amount of, digital transformation journey. And at the core of this, marketing as a function has also gone, through this journey. And we are here with our fellow co-panelists to really understand how the marketing function has evolved, post the pandemic. Now, our panel discussion is on the topic, staying ahead of the curve in B2B marketing. And quickly, we'll take 1 minute to introduce my fellow co-panelist again. Rajesh Kumar from UiPath, Kaustav Chandra, KC as he's fondly called, from Entity Limited, Manoj Nair from Infosys, Vivian Gomes from CSS Corp, Amia Swarup from Ernst & Young. Now, just to set the ball rolling and getting in perspective of marketing as a function, my first question goes to Amia Swarup, if he has joined, and Vivian Gomes. I think both of you can take this question jointly. Now, how is the role of marketers in B2B marketing environment evolving in these COVID times? Over to you, Amia and Vivian.
Yes, so Abhijit, since Amia doesn't seem to be on yet, let me maybe take a stab at it and kick it off. So, good evening, friends. So I think there's a very interesting question and interesting times around us. So I think it's very important to understand that in the world of marketing, how things around us have changed, how the environment has changed. And because of that, it's but natural that our roles will also evolve with time. So I have maybe 3 or 4, just striking points that I just wanted to bring up. So firstly, in the B2B marketing world, some research was done recently where it was found out that about 45% of all B2B buyers in today's times are millennials. Now, right, and that number is only going to go up with time, right? So remember, millennials means folks born in the 80s and so on. And millennials hate cold calls. They hate things being indiscriminately thrown at them. So things have changed around us, right? And so how do we adapt to the world of our buyers that is changing around us? Secondly, if we look around ourselves, the world is a lot more cluttered today, right? In terms of, I would say, through the proliferation of smartphones and social media channels and so on. Now, the attention spans of people is down to 8 seconds as per some study done recently. The other thing is, another study said that uh, from the time you wake up in the morning to the time that you go to bed, an average person is subject to about between 4,000 and 10,000 marketing messages in a day. Now let that sink in for a second. I mean, we're talking about 10,000 messages, and this could be from anywhere. It could be through your social feed, it could be billboards that you watch, television, your phones, surfing on the web where ads keep coming up. Just imagine, we are subconsciously now getting tuned to ignoring stuff around us. So it's a very distracted world that we are in. So that's a big change from how it was, and it's only going to get increasingly more as we go along. Thirdly, now if we look at the decision makers that we interact with, right? If we look at deal cycles, if we look at deal scenarios, say a decade back, the average number of decision makers on the table was somewhere between 4 and 5. And today, research suggests that it's somewhere between 10 to 15. Although my sense is that post-COVID, it might have actually fallen a little as well, because there are certain steps that are being cut out. But that said, the reality is that that it's a lot more complex today, the ecosystem, the B2B ecosystem. So how are we sort of adapting ourselves at that critical point? Remember, just think of it, you're in the last 3 or 4 um, um, shortlisted vendors, and a decision has to be made. Now, how can we engage with these 15 people? And it's not just at that point, throughout this buying cycle, and make the help tilt the scales in our favor. And then the other thing, the fourth thing I feel is that this whole linearity of the marketing funnel has kind of gone. We are all very familiar with the traditional marketing stages, right? We've got awareness, consideration, interest, purchase, and loyalty. Now, while that fundamentally still stands, the reality is that a lot of that is kind of getting blurred now. There are loops there. It's all zigzag. Content marketing is considered to be a very fundamental pillar of marketing, right? And maybe what I'm going to say now might be a little controversial, but I feel that content marketing as we know it, I feel is getting a bit outdated and it needs a relook. Now, just consider this. Just look at the content overload around you. There's a deluge of content. Every day, you browse your feeds in social, there are mails being sent to you, there is whole bunch of things you're skimming through, and there are information aggregators that send you a lot of stuff, and you're consuming so much content on a daily basis. Now just think of it this way. 2 weeks from now, suppose somebody calls me and says that, hey, you read my article 2 weeks back. Now, how do you expect me to react to that? I'll probably say, big deal. I read 15 articles a day. So the reality is, in most of the times, I don't even know who has written the article. And that's the reality. And there's some research around that as well. So in this kind of a scenario now, imagine the buyer or the prospect has potentially even read your material, but he doesn't even know you still. So things are evolving pretty rapidly from that perspective, and COVID is just one part of this evolution. There has been a digital acceleration, there has been considerable evolution, but we are in rapidly changing times, and we as B2B marketers have to evolve to these changing times. Back to you, Abhijit.
So, Abhijit, since Amia is not there, I'm happy to maybe add some comments on this topic.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll add a slightly different perspective, and this is from my experience over the last few months. I think a very different side to marketing has opened up in my experience versus a classical marketing role. And most of the functions in the company are actually busy with the more immediate concerns that this challenge is throwing up every day. I think the marketers and marketing teams have opportunity to step back and play a larger role in the scheme of things. When at least we've been doing a bunch of things which we wouldn't do otherwise. I mean, we are running the crisis management task group in the company. A lot of focus is going on internal branding and employee comms, because I think in these times, keeping your employees, initially it was more safety, well-being, but subsequently keeping them engaged, keeping them productive, and most of the other functions aren't really equipped to handle that. So marketing steps in and can help them. Even with customers, I'm seeing a lot of value in the initiatives around branding and connection and higher purpose and so on, because at least for quite a bit of time was a moment when the direct sales was not the best time to push or position. It was more about connecting meaningfully and helping them and being a part of their journey through this period. So a lot of those areas I think opened up, honestly, I mean, when we jumped in, it was just the opportunity we got in, but I see in hindsight that has delivered a lot of value from a business standpoint also. When our customers have come and told us that, I keep getting a lot of clever messages from a lot of brands, around COVID, but eventually somewhere hidden messages, can you please buy more today? And all of them said, we hate it. I mean, the cleverness aside, but it's quite irritating. But I said the brands that come to us don't do any such thing. Just have an open dialogue and try to help us. Issue may be customer service, issue may be some broken thing, issue may be helping with work from home or something which they didn't say before. I think a lot of those things, I mean, I've seen a lot more advocacy come through in this period than ever before. So I wanted to bring attention to, in some sense, role of marketers and CMOs. I think it's a great opportunity to take leadership and strengthen the seat on the table in the C-suite or on the board That's another opportunity I would encourage, our marketers to consider. Now back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rajesh. In fact, thank you, Vivian and Rajesh, for this insights. In fact, I was making a note of all the pointers, an audience of the 80s and bombardment of messages, the deal scenarios. You're right, Vivian, when you said that the linearity of the marketing funnel is gone. Time has evolved, wherein the orthodox things will go for the unorthodox things. Content marketing is absolutely getting outdated and needs a relook. Digital acceleration is taking place. Marketing team needs to come and bat by the front foot and take a greater opportunity for leadership and board member in different organizations. And there has to be a connection and higher purpose. And you rightly pointed out, Rajesh, that if the internal employees are not happy, the external stakeholders cannot be happy. So giving a priority to internal branding and employee happiness is a key point at these point of times. In fact, marketing leaders, are an organization's, shock absorber. This is what I feel. And when the road ahead gets bumpy and very unpredictable, the shock absorber works over time. So our role, the marketer's role, is to soak up that pressure, from above and below, while cushioning the impact for others. And at times, it can be easy to feel squeezed, in the process as well. So a marketer's working relationship with sales becomes very important, and it needs to be, reinvented at times. So with this thought process, let me get in perspective from Casey and Rajesh on my next question, which is, what are you doing more to stay ahead of the revenue growth curve in 2021? And how do you foresee the alignment of marketing and sales happening? Over to you.
Rajesh, you want to go first or shall I?
No, you go, Kaustuv. I'll follow you.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Abhijit, for that question. Let me just take a leaf from what Rajesh said, right? Thanks to this pandemic, and the reason why I'm thanking this, what has really happened, and I 200% concur with what Rajesh mentioned, is that because of this, what has happened is the way marketing suddenly has come in the forefront, not just from a customer reach out point of view, but also taking care of a lot of internal comms, right? It all started with the making sure the COVID related stuff internally, and then gradually helping the entire HR team to work out, come up with new strategies, come up with new messages, which just makes the employee much more related.
I think we lost him.
Right, but suddenly everyone was doing it. So how do we really make sure that the employees are also excited, keep have that excitement throughout? And what has also happened, because of that, the camaraderie have also grown, right, between functions as well. So suddenly I can see that between HR and marketing, and it was never about the HR head or the marketing head, but it was always the challenge you always face from people who are working on the ground, right? Suddenly people started working together in the real sense, because that's the only thing which we can do today, right? Because of this pandemic. And then coming from a business perspective, what has happened is that business also realized that the only way for them to reach out is virtual, right? And how can they do it, right? They are used to face-to-face meetings. They are used to going and meeting the clients. Now that is not happening, and that's where I think the first port of call, any which is come to us as marketers, and then good number of us. I would say have taken it with both the hands, that looked at as an opportunity, and we just grabbed on it, because that's something which we as marketers, we as marketing heads of our respective organization, I'm sure all of us have been facing the same issue, that no matter what we do, at the end of the day, it's about revenue, growth, all of that. And until unless it's a net new opportunity, nobody really cares what has marketing done for the organization. And so it's really, the business is always focused on growth, and that's suddenly, because of this scenario, marketing came in literally at the center of it. And then the way I would talk about what we did at Entity. I think one good thing is that we always a very, very revenue focused marketing team. So the way I see it, and the way my team takes, let's say, the brand part, the content part, all of that has always been a BAU. I mean, marketing without a content cannot be a marketing, right? So content, the automation, all of these things have become much more like a BAU. And how do we really help our business to get into newer accounts, to get into newer logo? How can we penetrate the existing accounts in a much better way? And all of that needs to be done virtually. So I think the most important thing, which also this entire pandemic, situation gave us, is that take a step back and try to understand the business better. So before you want people to understand you, we as marketers, we need to understand the business better. We need to understand the solutions, the target audience, what is selling, what is not selling, which segment. It's like the entire insight, analytics and insight literally, is what we need to, uh, uh, be a perfect, we have to perfect that particular piece. And then how do we really, make sense, how do we really take it to, to the business head and say that, okay, you know what, this is what will work. So the other point is that, make it one of the other things which we've been doing is that make it a very business aligned campaign. Any and every campaign, the moment you make it, have business buying, completely on it, on the same page, that very moment, the outcome of that particular campaign will be very different from anything else which we've done. So make it a business problem, completely align it with business, and suddenly you will see business start, working in tandem with you. The other thing is also about, we also try to bring in a lot of close aligned, working groups. What we've done is that, there are two focus areas which we created. One is how do we really penetrate the existing accounts further, and then how do we really get into the new logo. Now we all know in India, um, jo dikhta hai wahi bikta hai, right? Now unfortunately in these times, the only way you can see things is virtual. Now how do you really, penetrate new logos? So we just made sure that, we are, the way we have worked on the, acquiring new logos, identifying new opportunities from the new logos is slightly different from the approach which we have taken, when it comes to existing accounts. But yes, these are the few things which we did. And, I can definitely tell you that the results are, for, from a marketing perspective, my numbers this year are much better than the previous, 2 years if I compare, because my hit rate is better, my conversion rate is better, and ultimately my win rate is also better because I have that salesperson, because that's the only way sales is getting an opportunity today, right? And that, we made sure that they understand, they understand that the moment they figure this out, then there is no looking back. And that's the reason why suddenly I can see from 2018, 2019 to 2020, my conversions all along has gone better. Over to you, Rajesh.
No, thanks, Kaustubh. I identify with a lot of what you said, and I'm going to try and build on that. I have always thought of marketers as business leaders with specialization in the craft of marketing. I mean, all functions, irrespective, exist for the same reason, is to move business forward. And at some level, this crisis broke all boundaries more than ever before. And it became actually, how do we together move things forward? And it boiled down to sales collaboration at two levels. One was, like I said, marketing has some benefit of having a view ahead of the curve based on external, information, data analysis, analyst interaction, and research consumption. See where the market is going. Therefore, take the lead in assessing and forecasting the situation while sales focuses on more on immediate. That I think became sort of one huge area of value to decode this complexity and say how do we go forward. Second is at a very granular level, how much we focus on existing customers, how much we focus on new. Looking at the pipe, say okay, hospitality and entertainment is badly hit, so that probably not going to dispense with cash. Or there are health vertical is really going up, but they need a solution for COVID. So how do you generate new use cases, how do you generate new content? Because I think in some sense it broke all status quo and made us look at fresh eyes in a much simpler manner. What do they want today? So for example, we bolted down in 4 weeks, we created 40 new cases around the current crisis. Some directly to deal with COVID for healthcare and government and so on, and others for different industries who work from home and so on and so forth. So we tried to move our focus to existing, but lo and behold, because so many new verticals which never thought of working from home had to face that, they started looking for solutions which can be done without manual handoff. For example, in our case, I mean, we had customers coming from traditional businesses like oil and sleeping mattresses and consumer goods, which wouldn't think of technology in that way. So many of them came in, and we actually had about the same growth that we had last year, even in net new, with much less focus, if I would say. So I think that somewhat working in the trenches to say which verticals, which geographies are all right to do, and what size of customers you want to go after, what type of solutions. I think that strengthened quite a bit. And the last thing I would say that at some sense, the midterm, long term was thrown out of the window. So everything was run in short sprints, which is okay. Let's do this, try this, works, we will continue. If it doesn't, we will go off, something else. That I think with the need for constant frontline listening and having quick, short sprints, while being resource efficient. So I think it's been quite an interesting, phase to work and build on it.
Yeah, I mean,
And
just
many
sorry.
learnings we can even continue, as we go forward. So back to you, sorry.
Yeah, so just one last point, I'm going to add to your last point, Rajesh. I think, now, you're absolutely right. It is no more 1 year, annual plans or, biannual plans. All of that is out of the window, and it's all about course correction. It is all about course correction. And, we've been talked about the content part, right? I mean, today, he's absolutely right. It's all about course correction.
Casey, you're there?
I think his connectivity is
While
probably.
we move on, and that's like week on week, month on month, that's what we need to do, and that is what has changed during this time. Back to you, Abhijit.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Casey, and thanks a lot, Rajesh, for those wonderful insights. In fact, Casey, you were getting freezed at mid times because maybe I think you're having an internet issue. So if you can sort that out, that would be great. I would sync up with Casey with regards to Crayon. We have also gone a long way to go and plan the upsell and cross-sell opportunities. And the maximum amount of business opportunities have come from the existing set of accounts. And there have also been additions of newer accounts as well. But then customers are looking for help, from the solution providers. And as marketers, we should go that extra mile to give them a proper solid air cover so that the product fitment is there and there's a brand recall, in front of the customers. In fact, there are multiple reasons, why marketers adopt new technology trends for innovatively communicating, with the target audience, brand promotion, traffic popularity, regularity, empathy over this crisis moment, and many more. Emerging trends and developments are shaping the future of marketing, for sure. So, keeping the context in mind, my next question is directed towards Manoj Nair, which is, how will you be leveraging the technology trends like AI, ML, etc. in your marketing scheme of things? Manoj?
Hi, Abhijit, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and
Great.
clear.
Thanks, Abhijit. Pleasure. And it's actually good to be on this panel and hear the other conversations because it just kind of makes you realize that you're on the right track. You're doing what everybody else is also doing. So that's good. It kind of helps to justify your actions that you do in the organization. Specifically to this particular question, it's very, very interesting because, a couple of years ago, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, and in the industry that we are in, right, there was this whole acronym called SMAC, Social, Mobile, Analytics and Cloud. And somewhere along the way, the narrative got changed to digital. And that was also it. I remember the time that we as an organization, Infosys, were going through some turbulent times internally. Took us some time to kind of figure out and define digital for ourselves internally, the organization, and to the market as a whole. And then we came out with this whole idea of a digital pentagon, right? We said that this is a digital pentagon, and we named or we identified the various arms of the digital pentagon that we call them now, like experience, assure, innovate, and accelerate, and insights, right? For example, insights stands for analytics. And AIML, to your point, actually got integrated into this whole digital pentagon. So it kind of became a part of the digital pentagon. Over time, the whole narrative for us and our marketing strategy changed to the whole digital story or the digital pentagon story, right? And I think we did talk about really content creation. So as marketeers, our content creation moved to how am I talking about this whole digital narrative to the market? Am I creating enough thought leadership in the market around digital? And that is where we changed our marketing strategy about 2-3 years ago, and that's kind of been successful. Now we also then started working on how are the client testimonials going to be around digital for clients that we've actually done some work and done some great work. And I think some of you mentioned, Rajesh especially mentioned about the fact that the whole employee comms, right? While we were actually shifting this narrative as marketeers, we also realized that we had to communicate to the market because our business is slightly different in the sense that it's much more longer term than a regular IT business. Typical deal terms could be 5 years to about 7 years in the BPM industry, and we had to really tell people about how are our employees really getting upskilled, right? As an upskill from what they are to the whole digital world, right? And that story and the whole employee communications, both internal and external, had to that narrative had to change, right? Which is all about the whole digital piece. We also had this whole catchphrase that's pretty popular in the market now called "Navigate Your Next," right? And we said we will help clients really navigate the next from where they are to where they want to be in the next 4-5 years. Over time, and when we look at our numbers now, about 30% of our business is, or more than 30% of business is currently digital, which is about AI and ML and everything else around it, right? We also defined our strategy on acquisitions to be around this whole digital. Yeah, sorry. So last year, I think in the last 1.5 years, we bought out a company in Netherlands, which is a mortgage platforms company, which kind of had to sync in with our digital strategy. We did an acquisition in Japan, which is again part of our digital acquisition or digital strategy. And we realized that everything that we're now doing has to fall into place with one of the arms of the digital pentagon, right? Which is what a new strategy is, right? From a pure marketeer's perspective, now when I look at AI ML, right? Some of the things that we use as tools are really, for example, Social Studio, right? We do a lot of listening into what's happening, and Social Studio is really based on AI and AI ML, right? And we say what are the new trends that people are talking about, and actually it helped us during this whole COVID crisis because we were able to kind of realign ourselves or pivot ourselves pretty fast to what this situation was, and as a lot of you mentioned, right, come out with a lot more case studies, come out with a lot more artifacts out there, and put our story out there. Because while we struggled as an organization, like the rest of the industry in the initial 2-3 weeks to really figure out how this pandemic was going to work, right? It was all about really putting our stories out there, clearly communicating to the market and to our employees spread globally across the 40 countries that we are present in, saying that, listen, this is how we are dealing with this as an organization. And I think a lot of it was driven by this whole digital technology. So actually, both as a user, as a marketer, and then also as what we're selling out our services in the marketplace, it's a lot to do with the digital strategy. And AIML is a part of this strategy. Over to you, Abhijit.
Thanks a lot, Manoj, for your scheme of things. In fact, digital pentagon is something which I've heard for the first time, and AI and ML becoming an integral part of the same, creates a story on its own. And once you create that story, you should bombard it, through your, social squad, and also, communicate both internally as well as externally to the broader ecosystem. That includes your employees, that includes your customers, partners, OEMs, vendors, everybody. So, thanks, Manoj, for those insights. Well, the marketing landscape, is shifting its focus, from the brand itself to putting the customer at the center of strategy. Apparently, we marketers, should take a step ahead of our customers' needs. Although, there are many uncertainties about how, coming time will impact the business and personal lives of the common people, it becomes, very vital and important to seek solutions for both these spectrums to bring an improvement in the future marketing investments and innovation. Now, the marketing plans, needs to be evolved with the guidance of meeting new expectations. Therefore, Vivian, my next question to you is, what marketing strategies will be effective to meet the organizational sales and strategic objectives, especially in a post-COVID environment?
So that's a good question, Abhijit. And before I come to that, since we were on the subject of AI and ML, I just thought let me add a minute on that. So I think, if you see how marketing has evolved over time, right? Marketing was about communicating your value proposition to a group of people. Over time, that kind of metamorphosed into mass marketing, right? But with a single message like television, radio, and so on. And then further down, with technology came some bit of minor personalization, hey, let me exactly put the person's name now, okay, things like that. And then as time further went on, things started becoming more personalized. The whole personalization angle came in, and ABM came about, and it was all about low volume, high touch, high quality. And with influx of AI and ML now, we have the tools to create and sustain that level of personalization and then scale that further. So I think a great promise that AI and ML holds. Now, coming to your question, Abhijit. So I think at this cost of sounding repetitive, I must reiterate that there's no doubt that we are going to be using more technology every year, from here on. Every year, there'll be more tools and technology, AI, ML, etc. out there. So that's something that we have to really factor into our plans. And just because you have tools available, though, just because they are available doesn't mean you surround yourself with a tech stack. You have to be extremely well planned in your approach. It's got to fit in with your overall strategy and your overall environment, and hum with that. That's when it'll kind of start making sense, because ultimately, remember, technology is just an enabler, right? The other, so in general, to your question, I would say, Abhijit, is that I would follow the approach of do not follow the masses, that kind of approach. Now, think about it. In marketing, our typical approach is when we want to do something, we have certain templates, we have got certain best practices, etc. I think what we need is a mindset change as we go along, right? It's time to come out of these templates and this kind of an approach. While these templates, etc., will be there, but remember, in this kind of a cluttered world, we've got to figure out how we can stand out, how we can be unique. So just take the example of, say you want to do a virtual event, right? 6 to 8 months back, there were a lot of virtual events happening. It was a fad. Today, there's a lot of fatigue with virtual events. So now the question is, let's get in some creativity, right? We are becoming more of a science in marketing, but let's not forget there's an art side to it as well. How can we make that virtual event unique and memorable for the participants and our target audience? I would start thinking along those lines. How do we stand out? How do we do few things, but do them really well, do them differently? So that's like the basic approach I would adopt. Now, since you mentioned about sales, Abhijit, so sales, I mean, I would say there's a hunting side to it, and there's a farming and mining side to it, and there's a well-established marketing mix that we are all familiar with, be it outbound marketing, inbound, digital, telemarketing, the whole bunch of things. And there are ways you can use this to create demand and help sales, right? But I would like to talk about 2 or 3 things that we've been doing at our organization, and we've been seeing some good amount of success. These things people are somewhat below the radar. People don't tend to talk about these, and there's nothing new in them, but it's been around. But the first thing I would say is network marketing. I call it network marketing. And what is network marketing? Essentially, what I mean is leveraging the power of your connections, leveraging the ecosystem around you, uh, to get suitable referrals and introductions to your prospects. I believe this is becoming more and more important in today's time, when especially when the propensity to buy is dropping, right? In many cases, in many industries. So how do you make sure you get a good interaction with somebody you're targeting? Could be through this, and this is considered typically something that falls in the sales domain. They use their networks and so on. But hey, my sense is for marketing, there's a great opportunity here. If it is done in a structured, well organized manner and collaboratively with sales, we can really create top line impact through network marketing. There are a lot of tools out there that allow you. Just imagine, just think of a scenario: you're trying to secure a meeting with a certain prospect, and he happens to be connected to, say, one of your clients. Now, what stops you from actually approaching the client and saying, can I have an introduction to this person? So basically, that is something that we can focus on and scale as we go along. That's one approach. The other approach is, again, nothing new, I would say, but ABM. And ABM would come in both on the hunting side as well as the mining side. But it's important here to have a research-driven approach. And to put it crudely, just find clients who will fit or suit your product or service, rather than force fitting your product or service on the wrong client or prospect, right? So it's important to do that research. There are tools out there, and there is a term being coined these days, empathy based marketing. Vijit, you mentioned it some time back. So, and the way I understand empathy based marketing is basically be authentic, make it about your customers, try and solve their pain point rather than making it about yourself. So ABM is definitely an area I see a lot of scope in today's times. The third thing is what I would call buyer enablement. And we all talk about sales enablement, but what I mean by buyer enablement is that scenario that I mentioned a little earlier in this discussion. You're at the decision making table. There are 15 stakeholders there. Now, how do you actually, that's a very critical moment for you, right? It's a make or break. So how do you, as a marketing team, add value at that point to tilt the scales in your favor? Do you have the right differentiators vis-a-vis the competition? Do you have the right data sheets or whatever is needed at that point of time, to make their job a little easier? Many of them are often sold on you, but they aren't able to get a consensus among themselves. So I feel this is going to be more and more important, is improving this conversion rate of what you have in hand, right, in these times. And marketing can really play a pretty strong role here. Sometimes it's considered as something that falls in the domain of pre-sales teams and so on, that once the deal starts. But I think marketing can play a pretty strong role there. Those are some thoughts on this from my side. Abhijit, over to you.
Thanks, Vivian. I can absolutely agree with you with regards to personalization of the marketing flavor in front of your customers, partners, and relevant external stakeholders. You talked of account-based marketing. From a Crayon perspective, for the year 2021, I'm absolutely game for account-based marketing. Personalized marketing, and also enabling the buyers. How marketing team can add value to the entire buying process and act as a catalyst, honestly speaking. And this will not only help the sales team, but it also put the customer in a very comfort zone. Make marketing more customized, and network marketing bang on. Every year, month on month, I think the entire marketing techniques will go through an innovation route. And I think taking a leaf out of Amway, everybody must have done the Amway line of business at some point of time or the other in their life. So I think network marketing, the referral marketing system will come into the foray, and this will pave the way for future business opportunities for marketers. Now, since the COVID-19 pandemic has shaken the world for sure, many product launches and events are hung in the mid due to the current global crisis and lockdown, and even I am not an exception. However, since marketing is considered to have a magic wand in the hands, it is showing its wonders through online platforms as well. Now, all of us at this point of time are in some ways associated with different online platforms, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube. So by firmly relying on social media platforms and online portals, the marketers are developing campaigns for succeeding in their endeavors. Now, let me get a perspective from Rajesh and Casey on my next question, which is, especially during these tough times, how are you integrating your digital marketing with the traditional marketing mix elements? Over to you, Rajesh and Casey.
Go on, Rajesh. You're still on mute.
Rajesh?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thanks. So I said, we've spoken already, I think, enough about technology. Right? So I don't want to focus, at least my response, on MarTech per se. And like many panelists said, it's eventually a means to an end. It's not an end in itself, as the sellers of those products will like us to believe. So I think, in my mind, more than ever before, the boundary is blurred or probably taken away. I think we are done with calling it digital or traditional marketing in my mind, because there is only one channel. There is nothing traditional or physical in that sense, that is left. And it started with simplistically dropping all physical events, at least in B2B, moving to digital and so on and so forth. But if I reflect over last few months, I think something very fundamental has changed. So many years, it always was seen as an add-on or as a partial part of what you did. I think both the marketers, but more importantly, the customer and the audience has accepted this completely as an eventuality. And that has resulted in many things. I think it has found sort of a newfound appreciation, acceptance as the sole medium. We have started seeing digital also as a medium which can evoke emotions, not only about efficiency and tracking and, so on and so forth. I mean, everybody is getting open to providing human relationship touch digitally. And I think there is already empirical studies and evidence coming to show that. I mean, I had two interesting experiences. One event, I was an audience, and they had actually invited Ellie Goulding to do a personalized, unplugged session online, which she did from her house. I thought that was a phenomenal touch. It completely changed my idea of going to a dry webinar. I thought that was interesting. The second one, we had one small event recently, which was actually something called a customer advisory board we do. And we were quite worried how long it will go, will people engage, not engage. But by leveraging some of the digital tools, eventually the experience was so nice, and people were glued in for about 2.5, 3 hours. And, sort of forget the subject matter and the, I would say tangible things transacted. The overall feel at the end of it was very warm and personal and emotional. I mean, that again for me was experience that, it's no longer, either or some of this, some of that. I think we are going to start thinking of it very, uniformly or as a single stream. One more thing I noticed, I probably, you may have seen, many of you have also, I may observe. And again, I started by my experiences audience. I started getting involved with a lot of, CMO conversations cross boundary. I mean, otherwise I would think of, when I'm traveling to this continent or when I'd love to meet some marketers there. Now, suddenly this window opened up where you could be talking to people from different continents, and it from a time zone perspective became much easier with Europe than with the US. It was quite interesting because just the perspective is different. They are dealing with different reality. Many ways, some of their markets, verticals are more developed. So that was quite interesting for me to, absorb. And then I try to bring it back to our business, because normally I would bring a global expert and they will have to travel and all the, paraphernalia associated with it. Now suddenly everyone is available. I'm trying to use quite a lot of it to say, let me get the best in the subject to talk to you. Let me do like a 10 people conversation. Let me create a digital boardroom. So many those things have changed. And it came up earlier. I think the quality and relevance of content, both per se fundamentally, but also the delivery, has come in focus. Because no longer I can lock people in a room for 3 hours and say now they have to listen whatever I put down their throat, and I'm going to be offering them some drinks at the end of it so they will stay. People just go in and out, including our panel. I don't know how many
Yeah,
people
I mean,
stay, right? So you only thing that can hold them is something relevant. You can't gather it off the net and give it to them because they know it. They're not coming into for that. I think that has come back in focus. And lastly, I will say, tech stack and evolution of this as a sole medium. A lot of new things are coming in to automate at scale, to optimize, to make it self-running. But in my mind, more important than anything else, it is a new challenge for us to think of it in a unified way. And that I think is opening up a lot of possibilities. I mean, I'm also trying to think more and more from a 2021 perspective. How will I apply it? But it's at this point seems really interesting direction to go to. To you, Casey.
thank you so much, Rajesh. I think you've covered pretty much it. I mean, so you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not, digital is not anymore um, what it's not just about the outcome anymore, right? It is, how do we, like you said, the entire emotive part of the interaction and the engagement from a client perspective. Now the way we have been, we have the way we have changed during this.
Casey, we have lost you.
I think he'll come back. Usually it takes a minute or so, then he's back. Just give him a couple of
Yeah,
seconds.
he just fades out for a few seconds and then comes back.
I think it's probably his internet is a bit wavy, so I've had many days like that.
So Rajesh, you want to add anything to what Casey was suggesting?
He's back.
Yeah, so sorry, guys. No, so yeah, so I was saying that we need to very very intentionally look for what is the right time when we need to have the human intervention in the entire digital journey, right? Like I mentioned earlier, and Rajesh also mentioned it, and Vivin also mentioned it. I think Manoj as well, that uh, we cannot have there is no one truth for which is going to work for everyone, right? But the entire journey per se, which every, for example, every marketing automation tool is going to or organization which is selling that will come and say that, okay, you know what, seven levels of nurture program is the best, or 4 levels and 4 touch points, 5 touch points. I mean, those things doesn't work, right? We need to know as marketers, and what is the right time when we need to have that human intervention, so that we can pick up those, we can identify find the opportunities, and then bring them to then progress them properly. That's number one. Number two is most of the digital piece, whether you're talking about, and I'm adding social media to it. Social media is not something which is going to give from a B2B perspective. I don't think we should be looking at as a very measurable from a ROI point of view, right? Because social media is, in my mind, to my mind, it is there to help you in creating that air cover around the kind of messages you have, as in, from an organization perspective, the kind of solution you're selling to which, your target audience. So social media is really there to help you build that air cover. When it comes to your hardcore digital campaigns, that's where we need to think of what is the right place to have the human intervention. And that needs to be built, right? And that nobody else is going to do it. We have to have our own, somebody from our team who needs to literally own that piece. Okay, you know what, if there is a response like this is where I need to make sure that someone from my demand gen team needs to pick up the phone and call, whether we like it or not. That is the only thing which works today, right? And I think all in all, it is all about having or building a hybrid model for ourselves, right? It is not just going to be digital. The I mean, post COVID, I think it's going to be a super hybrid model, whether the way we have been working, the way we've been living our lives, the way we've been, doing our, work, anything and everything has, is actually moving into that hybrid model. So as marketers, we also have to identify and build a hybrid model which will work for the organization and the objectives which we have from a growth point of view. And that hybrid model will have digital in it, will have social in it, will have also have those, ABMs of it, will also have face-to-face interaction, because next year sometime that will also start. So we need to be very, very cognizant of seriously taking a step back and trying to build a hybrid model, which is the only reality I strongly feel is going to be in 2021. Back to you, Abhijit.
Abhijit, I think Amiya is with us. We missed him in the first question. He probably has a great view across industries, across marketers. At this stage, maybe great to get his comments in, and he has a cross-industry view. He can probably, give us a good perspective end to end.
Sure, Amia. You have 5 minutes. You can give your insights as well.
Oh, thanks, Rajesh. No, it was lovely hearing all of you. And from the industry, while I'm working with different brands on B2B and B2C, the roles all has become all the way more challenging for the marketers today. It's not that these choices of tech or martech or different solutions didn't exist before. COVID has obviously, catapulted all of us in a place where we have no choice but to, explore these options. Only time will tell which are good solutions, which are good products, which martechs work, which martech fail. There is cost attached to everything. And that's where what I have really seen across on the board and the marketers, and I use this term very frequently, is the marketers today are the chief dot connectors. So they're not just here to create brand, create awareness, but they're also responsible and accountable to the CEO, CFO, finance team. Also greatly integrated with the sales team. Also insights on the product and the research which goes into an organization. So suddenly the matrices which used to, I would say, was 2 or 3 dimensional earlier has become multi-dimensional today. And it's become all the way more difficult, but at the same time become all the way more exciting for the marketers to have this expanded role and more horizon to cover the ground. But really interesting times, with the revenue inside, with the business outcome inside, suddenly the marketing ball game has changed a lot more for a marketer than the sales staff. Primarily the sales continue to do what sales continue to do, but now with marketers having this additional responsibility of being accountable on the overall, sales. And it's actually not just marketers today. All the organization departments today have some or the other business outcome, built in their roles and responsibilities. But where I've seen the maximum traction happening and the way the marketers have really, or the brand marketers have lapped up to this and contributing greatly to this cause is tremendous in these COVID times. I must say that. Over to you, Abhijit.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mia, for your insights. And we missed you in the very initial moment of the panel discussion. Going forward, how as marketers we are going to keep our teams energized, motivated, and productive. That's the most important question. So I would request all our panel members to give their viewpoints in a quick 30-second synopsis. What will be your mantra of success for the calendar year 2021? So I start with the order. Rajesh, if you can give your insights, please.
Yeah, sure. I would limit it to quick 3 things, which I think will be an interesting trade-off. One, I think managing the balance between brand and demand, not go overboard either side. And this COVID period has sort of many times driven this knee jerk, one side or the other. That I think one thing, because resources and situation is going to continue to be tight for a while till things ease out. I think we have to do that balance. Second, I would say think of an annual plan as a direction foundationally. And then on top of that, look at modular sprints so that we have the ability to be agile, and continue to change as needs may be. And then third and the last, I would say this will have implications on our organization and rethinking, especially, people like Manoj who run global organizations, to think of who should sit where. Because I think the whole idea of work, workforce, and workplace, how do the three elements fit? I think deserves a complete examination, which can be most efficient, more effective, and help us do our jobs better. I'll stop there.
Thanks a lot, Rajesh, for the insights. Casey, you're next. Your views, please.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's been really good to, it's actually quite difficult to follow Rajesh, but then, I think you covered pretty much everything, Rajesh. The only thing which I'm going to add is I think we need to, as marketers, we need to seriously start thinking about what is that hybrid model which is going to work for me. We already have been through a lot this year. We have seen before this pandemic, all of us have seen what the way we used to do things earlier. In last 8-9 months, we have confined into our respective houses, and we've been doing things virtually. We now know the best of both the worlds, right? Now is the time before we enter next year. I think we need to just figure out and build a hybrid model which is going to help us in bringing that growth for the organization, and have that, like Rajesh had said, that will help us to get that seat in that boardroom, and wherein will be equally looked upon whenever there is a discussion around growth. People will look at us for ideas. People will look forward for us to really do something and help them overtly. And I think that's really what I'm going to leave you guys with.
Casey, for your insights. Manoj, your views, please.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Abhijit. I think for me, the way that I look at marketing in 2021 is it's probably really built on what we've gone through in the year 2020. Is really a lot of empathy, right? And I think it's about empathy towards our customers, empathy towards the employees in the organization at large, and also empathy towards my own team, right, which is spread across the globe. And this is important for us because we're also trying to, the whole BPO industry is not really known as a digitally savvy industry, right? We were always the to use the word like a sweatshop for the businesses. But it's when we move our narrative towards digital, how do we do that with a lot of empathy to our employees? And as I think as Rajesh and everyone else mentioned, we've got a seat at the table in terms of employee communication. We are now right in the center. And how do we build on that? That's going to be really interesting for us at least in 2021. Yeah. Thanks, Abhi. Hello.
I think Abhijit seems frozen, so maybe we can go to Vivian, Amia, in whichever order.
Yeah, sure. So what I would say is something that I was mentioning earlier is I would not like to follow the masses. It's 2021 and the years beyond. We are at an age where we need to get a good balance between the art and science of marketing. There is a lot of science happening, and it will keep increasing, but we must not forget the art. It's time to stand out. In fact, if you don't do what your competition does, actually that's a plus. So do not have a templatized mindset. try to challenge the status quo. So for example, maybe a year back, doing digital was a shiny object. Maybe today it's the reverse. Brick and mortar is probably the shiny object, right? So how do you stand out? How do you create memorable experiences for your buyers? That would be my focus.
Amir, to you.
Yes, I think it's exciting time, especially for 2021. A lot of upskilling is required, and I apologize. This is work from home. There's a drilling happening in my flat above, so I'll quickly just sum this up. I think one of the points which Casey made was very important, which is this is the opportunity for the marketers to get that right place in the boardroom where the organization looks at you for the future vision and growth, and we are the main contributors towards it, because I firmly believe that a marketer plays a very, very critical role for the organization's growth. So I think that's my takeaway, honestly, from in the direction it has to.
Great. I think we possibly captured, most of the questions we thought of earlier. There's some audience questions. Maybe I can read them, and anybody, can take whosoever area it plays to. So there's a question from a gentleman called Krishna Rao Buddha, which says, "What is the biggest change in B2B marketing in the COVID scenario?" Amir, you want to take that? You're on mute.
I think this is
Vivian, you want
the
to
other
take
thing
that
which is happening.
instead?
No, I think in general we've covered some of this, but
Yeah.
I would say that at the end of the day, it's not about having a certain formula or certain metrics that if A then B. I think we are going beyond that into a realm of bit of newness. I won't say uncertainty, but some of the past reference points we are increasingly seeing that they don't really necessarily hold today, and looking into the future. So it's never absolute. It's not 100% digital or something else. Like Casey said, boundaries are blurring. What matters is the experiences that you're able to drive at an emotional level. At the end of the day, B2B buyers are emotional buyers. So how are you were able to drive this? What are those outcomes that you are able to drive? Frankly, it really doesn't matter whether it was through a tool or what was the medium. It's about the outcome.
No, I agree. I think the next question is probably we've covered, which is from Manisha Agrawal, which is, what is the future of B2B marketing? We've already gone high on digital. I think we probably covered that. But there are other two which seem a bit new. One is, how is the B2B customer experience evolving? What is expectation from marketing? Anybody want to take that? I can share some comments, but I prefer somebody takes.
Manoj, you were saying something?
Yeah, Manoj.
Yeah, I was just saying
go ahead.
that,
Please go ahead.
Yeah, the biggest thing that we've seen, at least, and I'm probably basing my answer on the last 8 months that we've seen. Right, earlier we used to have a lot of client visits, into our campuses, and for people who are aware, Infosys campuses are really like a big show and tell thing, right? As you get into the campus, there's a lot of what we call the song and dance that we used to do, right? And suddenly that's changed because we're not able to get any more. Forget as in new clients, when the existing clients really can't come in, so it becomes a bit difficult in terms of how do you showcase what was really our big plus point as an organization, right? If you go to a Mysore campus, and just for the audience sake, this is like 300 plus acres, can house about 10,000 people staying in that campus at one time, right? So from there on to then this virtual, the hole in a box kind of a stuff, you have to showcase your capability. I think that was a big change for us. So the expectation from the clients was, can you show us a virtual tour, right? As in, can you take us on a virtual tour? And that was very interesting because while we used to have this virtual, everything that we're doing now is always there, right? As in 2 3 years ago, this virtual, all the stuff was there. But for us, it was like, yeah, we have a virtual tour, but you need to come down and see us, right? You need to come and feel how big the pillar is and kind of. So yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, and then that's just an anecdote that comes to mind when I talk about customer experience. Yeah, but yeah.
No,
Thanks.
very
So
true, very
Rajesh,
true.
let
I
me
think,
just
yeah. Go ahead.
add one thought there. Just on a lighter note, since we were talking about AI and things like that, I mean, some of the tools that are coming out lately are scary. In the sense, I was talking with this agency startup that comes up with, personalized documents on any human being on earth, literally, or whoever is known. Let's simplify that. So I just said, can you come up with a document on me? I mean, on insights on me. And right there in 2 seconds, they entered my name, my organization, and Zoom, there was a 4-page document on me. And, it had stuff like what does he like? What does he do in his spare time? What you should pitch to him? What will resonate to him? What will not resonate with him? What is he like in his personal life? Personality traits. So it's like I was zapped, let me tell you. So I mean, on a lighter note, I'm thinking that we are eventually going towards a direction where technology is going to give you unforeseen amounts of intelligence. And now the question is, how do we use this, and how do we factor that into our plans? I don't know if any of you have encountered any such things, but
I mean, I don't know whether there is a documentary on Netflix, which is called Social
Social
something.
dilemma.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's like you just watch that and you'll be like, like it said, so there is a tool, which I also came across, and I was like, there's hardly anything which now is not out there, right? And the moment it becomes, it comes to that personal zone, my likings and dislikings beyond a point, then it is scary. You're right. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, at least intrusive. I mean, I don't
too
think,
much.
while technology can enable, but people don't like it, right? There's a boundary where we want to get marketers to get in and where we don't want them to get in, right? I mean, I don't, for example, have any work people on my Facebook, right? So of course, online you can pull all of that, but I don't want to get messages on those from a brand unless I give them permission to.
Absolutely.
So I think it's also a lot of ethical and what's fair and what's acceptable, not acceptable, how much permission you have, a lot of those things, even if technology makes available. The other thing I think seems to me, the currency of experience, will need to be relooked at. I mean, we've seen the phase one was all Zoom and webinars, which people are tired of.
Very well
Round
said,
two is
Rajesh.
where everybody is
Very well
bringing
said.
these
Yeah.
virtual jamborees, which are trying to replicate physical space. I think we are getting bored of that.
Yeah.
Because eventually we all want a personalized but very human to human connection now enabled by technology. So I think this year will be interesting year to watch for many of those things to come through and say, where does the ball rest? Because
No, I
right
mean,
now I
just
feel
to
the
add on to
paradigm
that.
is still old paradigm, which we are trying to just replicate in digital.
Yeah, I mean,
Vastavya.
yeah. So just to add on to that, I mean, it is quite. Um, we as marketers, we ourselves are getting really, really bugged with the number of events which are happening. For example, today every partner is having at least multiple events happening the same day, right? Now imagine that poor customer, poor target audience, and usually it is the CXO, either the CIO, CISO, CXO, CFO. They are inundated with invites after invites, and then they, some they have to oblige, some they. So today, if you ask me, can I pinpoint now? Okay, these are the four CIOs who came in our virtual roundtable. Can I seriously tell come back and go back to my business head and say that, okay, you know what, this guy seems to be interested. But the fact of the matter is that he had said the same thing in every other, the the roundtables which he has gone to. So then again, it is like, it is actually going extremely out of hand. I mean, number of virtual events which are happening every day, and it is just going, I mean, you rightly said, it is just going out of hands. And I mean, I have literally, I have taken a call that from last month, I've started that, and I told my team that, guys, we are not going to do, please cut down the entire VRT piece and other things by more than 50%. Rather than that, spend time on whatever you've done in last 7 months. Look into what the kind of feedbacks you've got, what what the kind of EOIs which you've got, and start looking into those rather than again doing one after the, because what, we have to do it. There is no KPI about, you will not get your variable just because you've done 4 virtual roundtables, and that's it has become like that today.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. In fact, while the intent is there, and something that Manoj mentioned about empathy, uh, it's going to play a critical role from the organization to understand not just their employees, but also their consumers and customers. But how, in the journey which we've all embarked on, I think, this is one of the revolutionary times where we saw CDMA changing the mobile world. And then, then suddenly the cost of mobile, calls dropped to pesos from 100 rupees to 60 rupees. So all those days. So, I think will be a very interesting time on how we all transition through this. It's a black box on the other side though. So we'll have to see. And once traversed, will we be able to go back? Is another question, like Rajiv said, mentioned about how to use digital to have personal connect. We all need to explore and get there, but the journey is pretty foggy at this point.
Let me take the last question. Maybe somebody can pick up, So Pawan Jha asks, which medium is most effective for brand building and influencing potential customers when physical events are not happening? What are you doing? I guess we covered it, but maybe we can go around, how different people are thinking, and then I guess we can bring it to close if there are no other questions. So audience, if you are hearing us, any questions, please type in. We are about 3 minutes to the close. So anybody, you can maybe ask a quick answer. I mean, what are you looking at replacing physical events with? So Manoj, your example of client visits, I think most interesting. We are trying to do a virtual immersion lab, out of our, Romania office, which is but it's sold out till January now.
Okay.
So maybe that's one approach you can look at.
So one thing that we've tried is there is this tool called Escape Manner. I don't know if anybody's heard of that, but essentially it's like a murder mystery kind of a thing, and it's like an opportunity to bond with a group of people. Maybe a group set of clients, and you need to solve that case in say an hour or so.
Because there are escape rooms, physical escape rooms in many cities.
Yes, this is more of a virtual thing, and you got to solve it step by step and something like that. We've done recently a virtual wine tasting event. I mean, although I know there are a lot of these, but anything that makes it more like olden times, right? Glass of wine in hand, although you're on Zoom, but a little
and
bit
you're
of
drinking your own wine, so.
No. We actually get it shipped from the winery directly to the client. So they're all tasting the same thing. And they're also, there's a half an hour talk on the history of that wine and stuff like that. So we bring a wine taster on the call and things like that. So, it's about just coming up with something different just to engage with your clients. Yeah.
I think one of the critical things is, as much as brands are wanting to reach out to the consumers, there's a need on the consumer side also to connect with the brand. So I think that journey will be traveled and midway. I think both the sides are exploring how to get there.
Yeah, actually, for us, it was more about really, showcasing as well, what are we doing with our employees and how are our employees really, dealing with this whole pandemic situation. So we went, I would say, probably a bit berserk on social media, trying to create this whole, listen, this is what our employees are doing. So a lot of the branding kind of moved to a cool place to work in. Right? And BPO was never really the cool place to work in, as I said. Right, it was always a sweatshop kind of a, and perception that people have. So I think for us, the whole idea of really moving it to a lot of social media awareness about really, how are people dealing with it? How are they dealing with how are the families dealing with it, and all this stuff. So that's how we kind of pivoted during this period. Yeah, so it was more about really getting them a glimpse into the lives of our employees. Rather.
So, Kaustubh, any last comments, and we bring it to a close?
No, I think I really enjoyed this discussion and this panel. Seriously, I mean so there. I think one thing which I'm quite happy about, Rajesh, is I think all of us have have been going through pretty much the same kind of issues and challenges. But I think all of us resonated on the similar set of points which all of us have been trying to come up with, right? And that's really reassuring for me, because I used to sometimes think, am I thinking right? So some few things which has not been giving me good results, and I start thinking, okay, what, how can I further rework on it, innovate further. But I think after being in this panel, I think this really reassured me on certain some of my beliefs which got built during this COVID, and I'm quite happy about it. So I really enjoyed this session today.
Thank you,
I
Kaustubh.
second that. Thoroughly enjoyable, and it was great to know that you're not alone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think I have learned a lot more talking to peers in this time, because some sense, all the facade of you knowing everything is shattered. So you are also become more open to give, and people have become more open to, share. And if I were to reflect, I think our customers are probably looking at the same thing. I found wherever we are talking to them without the big corporate jargon or big packaging, a simple conversation, people are actually quite open to and appreciate.
Absolutely.
So maybe
Yeah.
that's one insight we can take away and apply. So thank you all. Thank you so much. I think we are right at the end of our period.
Thank
And
you all
thank
the
you,
leaders.
organizers. Let's transfer you back to Priyanka and Sandeep.
Thank
Thanks,
you all
everyone.
the
Bye-bye.
leaders for adding value to this forum. It was a very great session from all the top leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Pleasure, guys.
हाँ ठीक है पुष्प बताओ हाँ
Now, a most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end. A precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are the most prestigious awards in marketing technology endorsed by NASSCOM COE. So, the first award for the marketing 40 under 40 goes to Mohit Dora from Reliance Retail. Congratulations, Mohit, for this award. I would like you to share your views on this.
Thank you, Team Eldon. It's absolutely delightful. Good news is not something you associate with 2020 otherwise. So this one is really special. I feel honored to get this acknowledgement. Thank you again, and I congratulate the other winners who are going to get awards.
Great show, Mohit. I think it's a big one because it has been juried by the top technology leaders of the country.
Thanks a lot.
A big one. Congratulations again, Mohit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, the second award is for the Marketing Leader of the Year, ITNS, that goes to Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee from France. Congratulate Abhijit. I would like you to share your views on this.
Yeah, we'll request other awardees to keep video off. I think Priyanka, he will join shortly. Let's go next.
So the next award is for Marketing Leader of the Year, NBFC. That goes to Harshit Agarwal from Muthoot Papachan Group. Very congratulations, Harshit. I would like you to share your views on this.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for giving me this award, and it's a great news. One of the greatest news I have got in year 2020, apart from my own baby. And I thank the entire fraternity, all the jury members for giving me this precious award. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, congratulations, Harshit. Great show. A big one. Congratulations again. Again, happy to tell you that this has been juried by the top leaders of the country, top technology leaders of the country. Not easy to get this one. Very few awards. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thanks, Lord. I'm so delighted.
So the next award is for the CMO of the Year, IT and IT. Very congratulations, Vivian. I would like you to share your views on this.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Priyanka. Thanks a lot to the organizers, the jury. I'm really humbled to receive this this award. I think it's also a testimonial to how me and my team, my entire team, have really tried to see things differently this year and respond with our own template on how to do things and not necessarily just go with what everybody does. So thanks a lot once again, and really humbled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivian. So the next award is for the best omni-channel operation sporting goods that goes to SSIPL Retail. I would like to have Ranmeda Khanna to share his views on this.
Thank you, team Inflection and Alden. This has been very encouraging because retail otherwise has been tough time this year, and omni channels became a saving boat for us. And this award is memento will carry along with for all the hard work our team has done. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dharmendra. So the next award is for the best.
Yeah, congratulations, Dharmender. A big one. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So the next award for the best technology vendor of the year for cybersecurity SME that goes to iSecure Net Solution. I would like to have Shekhar Sharma to share his views on this.
I think Shekhar is not there. Let's pass it on. Yeah.
Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build robust roadmap for the COVID-19 and beyond. Looking forward in our next web conference. Thanks a lot for all the leaders and all 400 plus attendees for a valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening for everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, to be a part of this session.